Hello, hello, hello. I smashed that start stream button. Let me see. It's like Fluzzy just shared a Rinyald stream in my Discord. But I'm going to steal all of Rinyald's viewers. Sorry, Rinyald. I'm also stealing from Kel. I saw she was streaming. I gave a gift, or well, not a gifted sub. I got a membership. She has memberships now. Go give Kel some money. But first, give me money. Also, how you doing, everyone? Welcome to the most radical stream on the internet. It is Tuesday, September 2nd at 9:11 p.m. We're chilling tonight. I was sitting here. I was about to watch this Riley RGR panel about the Taylor Lorenz article. Apparently, we got Soy Pill, we got the Destiny folks, we got Wick, we got Anne from Anne Debates, a whole crew's here, you know. And we got Umbreon, of course. But I figured I would go live and just watch it with you all. You know what I'm saying? So I'm actually going to back up to the beginning, because I think they're just finishing introductions, but I think I missed some introductions, so.
To be clear, Connor really likes Warhammer, which makes him a fascist, just inherently.
True. Unironically.
All right, yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Can the wonderful panelists have permission to turn on their camera? Because
Yeah.
Oh, I sure do.
Yes, I do.
Yes, please.
They need to see my pretty face.
I wonder if you guys are chatting and I can't see it.
Hold on.
Maybe. Maybe not.
I don't have
What's
it.
up, y'all?
Yeah, can I?
Oh, I have it now.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, I bet that I don't have the right but I don't have the right Streamlabs.
Yeah.
I need permissions, Jola
Fix that.
and Soy.
Oh, hold on. I forgot to enable
Yeah, Jola.
the funny thing.
Yes, I see Def Knot in the chat with the BB Umbreon. Thank you so much, Def Knot. Good to see you.
Yes, I am.
Good stuff last night. I wish we would
Oh,
have
here we are.
heard from you
Sweet.
more
Oh, fuck.
on the panel last night.
Why is it doing that?
But I guess you're still kind of getting your feet wet in those environments. But I think you'll be a good addition.
Are we live yet?
So unprofessional.
This is...
I'm gonna pause them while I set up my chat box. Sound off in the chat when you get here, everyone. Say hi. Say hi. Umbreon is waiting on you. My boy. It was hard to get a word in. Yeah, it is. It very much can be. That's why I'm very often frustrated on those panels, because I join in and it's like, okay, sometimes I'm being very polite and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna wait for everyone. Okay, cool. I can actually see your chat now. That's good. Like I'll wait for everyone to kind of calm down with whatever specific discussion they're having, and then like by the time it settles enough, people are already paying to boot me. So. And they're talking over each other, but as soon as one person finishes, 5 others start. Yeah. Sarah tries. She tries to keep it one person at a time, but it's easier said than done, you know. Definitely easier said than done. I'm probably gonna try to do more of my own panel style content soon, because I know Thursday we have Corinth and Speakeasy are going to be debating about abortion on my channel, but I'm not super. I mean, like, I'm gonna promote it and everything. I want to make it a fun time, but there is a white privilege debate on a white privilege throwdown Thursday that Sarah's hosting with Joe Lewis, and I'm very curious what his take's going to be on that. So we might not. I don't know if we're going to do an open panel or anything after.
Completely.
Yeah, I know you hate the abortion.
Well, my part.
Oh, there's more.
It does get old. It's always the hypothetical. Everyone always like goes to the weird hypotheticals and stuff. I don't care about that stuff very much. Does RGR know she's muted?
America.
Okay.
National ground game that's taking on Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA.
Wonderful. Oh, and I'm also so sorry for the people who are watching. I might have muted myself on myself. Y'all can hear me fine, right?
Yes.
On myself. Y'all can hear me fine, right?
Yes.
All right. Wonderful. Sorry for the people at home. Thank you for the people who are messaging me about it. Okay. Next, Destiny. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Destiny. I stream politics and video games and random stuff sometimes. And I do, center, left, whatever. Yeah.
Awesome. Next, the Soy Pill.
I'm the Soy Pill. I make video essays and I stream politics sometimes.
Cool. Next, Anne, or Leftist Blondie.
Anne is great too.
I'm Anne.
Def Not. Have you seen Anne debate Andrew on whatever?
I go by Leftist Blondie online. I am working with the Unfuck America Tour at the moment. That's my current project. I work with Planned Parenthood Generation Action as well at a university in northern Florida.
Awesome. Next, we got Jola, Politics.
Howdy, I'm having technical difficulties. I'm Joel of Politics. I'm on YouTube. I do a YouTube Shorts call-in show with a real phone number. So I get the wildest callers you could possibly imagine. Thank you for having me. I'll be right back when I fix my camera. Thank you.
Mine wasn't working too. I unplugged and plugged it back in. I know that's very condescending advice, but it worked.
Cool. Hope you can figure that out, but thank you so much for being here. Next, we got Wick.
Yeah, Wick from Wick TV.
Cool. Vincent.
Wicked.
Hello everybody. Hello Destiny and DGG. Hello Anne. Hello Counterpoints. I'm Vincent. My handle everywhere is Real Visigoth. It's REALVISIGOTH. It's everywhere. It's YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok.
Let me see.
So I usually do pro-Ukraine content with occasional politics. So yeah, that's about it.
Cool. Next, we got... Oh, Connor, you're able to join. Connor, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction political philosophy nerd, Marine Corps law enforcement veteran, never Trump Republican, and somebody who's trying to help the Democrats be less stupid with mixed results.
I love how efficient you are with your introduction. Thank you so much.
Probably saw it, yeah.
Next, we got Corbin.
Here.
Don't worry, I had my... Don't worry, I had my...
You hyped it up too.
It was this debate. These two. I think she very much did not know what she would like. I don't think she knew anything about Andrew before going into this, as far as I can tell. But I think she did very well.
Corbin.
Hey, yeah, I'm Corbin Sales. I do YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. You can find me all there. I do center left content, videos, TikTok debates. Yeah, that about covers my shit.
Cool. Then we got North.
Hey, I'm North. I'm a never Trump Republican, center right. So if you're to the left of me, you have a reason to hate me. And if you're to the right of me, you have a reason to hate me. You can find me on X at That Guy's North, and you can find me on YouTube.
So for a little bit of context, for those who don't know what we're doing right now, there was this Taylor Lorenz article, which I actually haven't read. Maybe I should read the Taylor article. That might actually be a good precursor to this. But there's this article, this Wired article about an organization called Chorus. Wired Chorus. Let's see. It's from a week ago. Yeah, here we go.
Don't worry, I had my...
You hyped it up too.
I had my hand.
YouTube at North.
I brought it up.
Oh my god. Okay. I should probably get a feel for what this whole thing's about, really, before we go into it. So, let's see. Wired, a dark money group. Very scary sounding, right? I think I've seen clips from some of the analysis videos for his fallacies. Oh, you have clips from that. Yeah, I believe it. So a dark money group is secretly funding high-profile Democratic influencers, not the low-profile ones like me. Although, frankly, I'm considering applying for this. So, an initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month. Okay, I'd heard about the $8,000 a month number, but apparently it's up to $8,000 a month. So I guess I wouldn't be getting $8,000 a month from them. But you know, if they want to throw $8,000 a month to me, I wouldn't be mad. To push the party line, and I think I'm fairly aligned. I don't know if my politics line up perfectly with what they want. I don't know how limiting their principle is. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Okay. Spicy. In a private group chat in June, dozens of Democratic political influencers discussed whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. They were being offered $8,000 per month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. But the contract sent to them from Chorus, the nonprofit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. In their group chat, influencers debated the details. Should we send a joint email with all of our email addresses, or are we just going to send things separately and hope that they change everything for everyone? Lorenzo, a non-binary creator in Ohio with over almost 1 million TikTok followers, asked the group. Some joked about collective bargaining. Any Newsies fans here? I don't know. I'm not familiar with Newsies. Eliza Orleans, a public defender and reality TV star known for her appearances on Survivor, posted in the group, "We're a union just by saying so." The influencers in the chat collectively had at least 13 million followers across social platforms. They represented some of the most well-known voices online posting in support of Democrats, and they're key to wherever the party moves next. But ultimately, the group didn't make much progress. Reading through this revised Chorus contract, like "you win some, you lose some," a reproductive justice influencer named Perry, who posts under the handle Woman in America, responded later in the thread. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change, but the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. Lorenzo Orleans and Perry, I don't know, did not reply to requests for comment. I don't feel strongly about pushing TBH. Aaron Parnes, a Gen Z news influencer who has been called the Gen Z Walter Cronkite and has been lauded in legacy media outlets, posted to the chat. They aren't going to modify it anymore. It seems like a take it or leave it. Parnes declined to comment. Why would they pay you if you already do it? I guess that's fair. Well, I guess the idea would be if they support creators like myself who are maybe already pushing the line, it helps us do so more effectively. Assuming that I'm already pushing the line as they would prefer it, right? Maybe I'm not. Maybe they wouldn't like my branding or messaging or whatever. There could be problems with that. Who knows? Let's see. I believe we are in stage 5 acceptance, Perry responded. Creators began signing on to the deal. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Content creators who challenged Kamala Harris, including Hassan Piker, a well-known influencer on the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. Is that why they were snubbed? I'm not going to sign in right now. We'll come back to that. I'm not sure if that's exactly, like, were they just snubbed for lightly criticizing the administration? Because I know there were, like, creators like Vosh and Destiny and Hassan who were all initially part of that. And then they became not invited, right? And the sentiment I got was that there was maybe like more research into their optics, and all of them are kind of controversial in their own ways. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. It was clear that the party had failed to successfully navigate the new media landscape, while Republicans spent decades building a powerful and robust independent media infrastructure, maximizing controversy to drive attention, and maintaining tight relationships with creators despite their small disagreements with Trump. The Democrats have largely relied on outdated strategies and traditional media to get their message out. Now Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, Incubator Program, incubate me, Chorus, incubate me. Come on. Funded by a powerful liberal dark money group. I'm very, if you can tell, this dark money phrase gets thrown around a lot, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. But oh yeah, good to see a couple of Berks. Dark money group called the 1630 Fund might tip the scales. The program kicked off last month, and creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that they've got to be aware of me. They've got to see me out here fighting the fight. All right, where my email's out there. Come on, coderradical@gmail.com. Hit me the fuck up, somebody from this world. Come on. You have to go to their website and apply. I think I will. I keep saying I will, but I haven't done it yet. So, is that really the only way to get involved? It's just it's. Never mind. I'm just whining. I'm literally just whining. I've got like 6 viewers right now. It's not like they're. I understand. Good to see you, Flezzy. And also good to see you, Polygraph. I'm tired of the header on breaking in so many bigger channels. That's true. Yeah, everything's breaking. Speaking of breaking news, real quick, let's take a quick detour. There was a large batch of Epstein files released today, but lawmakers say most of them are not new. Apparently, 33,000 pages of documents and several videos were released by the House Oversight Committee. But according to, right here, the Oversight Committee's Democratic leader, first he said, to the American people, don't let this fool you. And then it says, after careful review, Oversight Democrats found that 97% of the documents received from the Department of Justice were already public. There's no mention of any client list or anything that improves transparency or justice for victims. So nothing too special there. Also, it was probably created by a few of the larger ones. Yeah. I think Brian Tyler Cohen was one of the major people involved. Only Mr. Bill says, I will tell Antifa people I know to help support you, Ryan, if that helps. It would mean the world to me, only Mr. Bill. It truly would. Yes, please click the like and subscribe and support me, please. Help me get on the radar of Chorus so that I can get some of that sweet, sweet dark money. Okay. Creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged they were part of the program. See, that's one of the craziest parts to me. Like that's the first thing that like stands out as like, I don't like it. I do not like it. No, sir, umbreon. I do not like that. Like the whole, like why the secrecy? I don't know. It doesn't. We don't gotta be so secret. Your channel name in my language is Coder. I don't know how to say that. Radical. Just for funsies. Gonna go back to bed. Have a great stream. Thanks, buddy. That's fun. Wowzer. Umbreon, I'm not gonna reward you for crying. I'm not gonna do it. Das overreach. Yeah. There is that. Some you have to do some event thing also. We'll see. Yeah. Some creators also raised concerns about a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. Yeah, I don't like restrictions, in general on my content. I mean, I'm a free agent, but like, at what cost? At what cost am I a free agent, Coder radical. Yeah. Thank you for the French. Influencers included in communication about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments from the 1630 Fund, included Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 Democratic National Convention, Lauren Petretta, a former Playboy executive turned political influencer who hosts a podcast for Occupy Democrats, Barrett Adair, a content creator who runs an American Girl doll themed pro-DNC meme account, Suzanne Lambert, who has called herself a Regina George liberal, all right, we love that, Ariel Fodor, an education creator with 1.4 million followers on TikTok, Sandra Jennings, former TLC reality star and older brother of trans influencer Jazz Jennings, David Pakman, who hosts an independent progressive show on YouTube covering news and politics, Lee McGowan, who goes by the online moniker Politics Girl, and dozens of others. The first two declined to comment, and they don't mention, of course, Radical Coder. Not yet. Not yet. We gotta make it to the next Wired article, okay? According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all. Hang on. Sir. You're killing my momentum, dog. Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus about the 1630 Fund financing opportunity this spring. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they'd be interested in being part of the first cohort of a new program that Chorus was running to help expand their reach and impact, creators tell Wired. But following the initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about some stipulations. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. I don't know if that's depending on how much they're supporting. I don't know if that's like the end of the world. I don't love it, but I don't know if it's like that terrible. That combined with the first thing that we had issue with, which is the like you can't even tell anyone you're involved with Chorus. I don't like that. I don't like that combo. You know. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. So yeah, again, you need to move Umbreon up to co-host. That's what he's upset about. Umbreon, you are officially co-host, okay? You've gotten the promotion. What do you have to say? He's just a little shy. He's a little shy. He talks all the time when we're not live. Yeah, okay, see, he had that to say. Oh, if I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them, said one creator who was offered the contract but ultimately declined to take it and asked not to be named. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. That's fair. Oh my goodness. You are so pathetic. What's the matter? Yeah, no, sir. No, sir. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. See, I don't like that either. I don't like that. I tuned in a little bit earlier to Straighterade and Pisco. They were covering her take, and I just tuned in for a few minutes, and they were talking about this, and they were discussing like, well, what if what if there's a scenario where we want a progressive candidate pushing against like a Democratic one, just to like pressure them, at least to pressure them to I feel like it's reasonable to want some progressive candidates like trying to push toe the line, like so if I get Chorus money, I can't support those candidates at all. Like I don't like that. I don't like it. Chorus, I'm gonna sign a prenup. All right. Her take sucks. Yeah, well they're generally making fun of it. They're not. I'm not sure how familiar you are with their coverage. Okay, he's you're their problem now. Yeah, I definitely don't watch her take in any other content. In fact, I don't even watch them cover it. Although I do have a major crush on Amy Dangerfield, so I'm still waiting for her to reply to my DMs for a debate. Let's see. Where were we? Was it here? Okay. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content. Okay, yeah, we just said this. Supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. The contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures, declaring that creators will not publicize their relationship with Chorus or tell others that they're members of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. A screenshot from the slideshow was shared with Wired following this article's publication by Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, that offers several talking points if a member of the cohort wanted to discuss Chorus publicly. They also forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder and give Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on the organization's discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. The canine was getting irate. Yes. Pac-Man and BTC are progressives. I know. I agree. How factual is all this? Well, I mean, it's a Wired article. Like, Wired is generally pretty respectable. And there, as far as I know, there hasn't been any like major retractions or anything. So, I mean, it's not like a Taylor Lorenz blog post. Like it's not her Substack. It's on Wired. So I assume that there's what part has been well documented at this point by most progressives. Yeah, seems to be the case. Yeah, it seems to be like pretty well established that this is. I mean, if any of this comes out to be false, obviously I will update my information as it comes, or if anyone has any additional information that's important. Because I mean, this article did come out a week ago, and though there hasn't been any retractions, that doesn't mean there's not additional info that might like clarify certain things. There are some real great advantages to housing this program in a nonprofit, Wilson said to creators on a Zoom call reviewed by Wired. It gives us the ability to raise money from donors. It also, with this structure, it avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers, paid for by blah, 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 that you see on political ads. We don't need to deal with any of that. Your names aren't showing up on like reports filed with the FEC. Wilson did not reply to a request for comment before the article was published. The FEC declined to comment. The goal of Chorus, according to a fundraising deck obtained by Wired, is to build new infrastructure to fund independent progressive voices online at scale. Hey, that's us. The creators who join the incubator are expected to attend regular advocacy trainings and daily messaging check-ins. That would destroy me. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I would be so bad at that. Those messaging check-ins are led by Cohen on rapid response days. The creators also have to attend at least 2 Chorus newsroom events per month, which are events Chorus plans, often with lawmakers. Are those like in-person events? Would you have to be like flying out all over the place? Let's see. So they focus on infighting versus the fascists. Yeah. Have any of the channels named spoke out on it? I don't know. I think so. I believe so. I haven't. This is like the deepest I've dove into any of this is like right now. So, Elizabeth Dubois, an assistant professor and university research chair in politics, communication, and technology at the University of Ottawa, who has researched the ways influencers are reshaping the U.S. political system. Curious about that. We'll come back to that. Says that we are seeing influencers being pulled into these dark campaigns or shadow campaigns where the legal aspect is murky at best. Like, I don't know about all that. I mean, okay, sorry. I do know about that. I mean, there are definitely influencers being pulled into dark campaigns, shadow campaigns. The thing is, I know all of this shit is happening on the right. And it's like, I don't know what value, to some degree, what value are like is a principled stance against like dark money, quote unquote, if it means like fascism wins. That's where I'm at. At the end of the day, like I don't know. I think it's a tough call. I think this is like I'd prefer if this was more transparent, but like maybe it is worth fighting dirty. I don't know. I'm still figuring out where I land on all this. Sometimes it is actually clear that influence are being used to, for example, evade spending limits, she says. I think that we need to remember that for democracy to thrive, we do need transparency around who is paying for political messages. Yeah, ideally. Ideally. In a perfect world, yes. Don Hayter, the chief executive of the Markula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University, says that the outlined restrictions violate ethical norms. If the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money, he says. Interesting. And just in standard ethical, like according to whose ethical norms? We're living in an era where a lot of powerful people have basically taken the rule book and thrown it out the window. Well, yeah, exactly. That's the problem, right? So like again, it's like, imagine all these people stand on principle and they stand on these alleged ethical values, right? These ethical preferences that I would share, or I think I share to some degree. Like, if we are living in this era where a lot of powerful people have taken that rule book and thrown it out the window, then like, what the fuck are we doing if we don't? Yeah, Brandon says we're here to win. Give the left-leaning influencers more money immediately. That's what I'm saying. Nicody says I don't think you should just become a propaganda channel. No matter what, you become what you fight. Yeah, I mean, I am a propaganda channel. I do progressive propaganda. I'm not ashamed of it. It's just like the propaganda from my lens. Like it's what I want to talk about, and like I say what I want. You know, I don't think I would survive very long under the thumb of someone, of any organization kind of limiting like my topics in any meaningful way. Like I mean there's like YouTube TOS and stuff, but like I don't feel like I have many issues with that, so I'm not too worried about that. Also good to see you, Brandon. Let's see. Wilson maintained in a post-publication email that creators are free to work with other groups or take on other partnerships outside the course program and say whatever they want as part of that work or on their own. Yeah, but where's that money? Where is that money, y'all? Seriously. Where are those groups for progressives? I don't know how many there are. I feel like if you're like a vaguely right, if you go online and you say the N-word in a TikTok or call some black child the N-word in a TikTok video and go viral, suddenly you're getting tens of thousands of dollars into GoFundMe's and you become a right-wing influencer overnight. Like this doesn't happen on the left. You know what I mean? Like what's the yeah, I don't know. There is a major imbalance. Propaganda is organized. You're more your own editorial on things. Yeah, I guess. I use a looser definition of propaganda, but I understand what you're saying. Keith Edwards, a Democratic content creator who has skyrocketed to fame on YouTube since starting his channel last year, was not invited to be part of the program. Interesting. But believes that the way it was structured seemed predatory. I don't know who all the influencers were. Like, frankly, if they had reached out to me, it might have felt kind of predatory. You know, because like as someone who's like still kind of making my way on the landscape, like if suddenly they were like funneling me in one direction, like I don't know, that would be kind of predatory. Because like I do need the funds, I do need the money. Maybe you should try calling a black kid the N-slur. Yeah, I'll think about it. The GoFundMe blew my mind. I'm telling you, it's crazy. You'll end up on that girl was on Piers Morgan, or one of them was on Piers Morgan. It might have been both of them may have been on Piers Morgan at this point. But the one who was like, all my friends are dating broke ass N-words, like that lady, she was on Piers Morgan, right? It's disgusting. Yes, the reason they gave her money is because they thought she was right to say it. Yeah, absolutely. But the performative aspect, if that's all you care about. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. He says he would never agree to take part in a program that was run in secret or wouldn't allow him to disclose funding. I would like to say that. I really would. I feel like I have that value. But, like, I mean, at what cost, again? Like, I don't know. I could be compromised. I'm just going to be honest. I feel like I could be compromised. Aren't you a developer? I'm unemployed. I am currently unemployed. So like I have some gigs I'm working on, and I get a little bit of like I'm starting to get a little bit of cash coming from this. But I've been unemployed for a minute, and so I'm kind of I don't know. I'm looking for work, but so I don't have the good software engineering salary that I did before. Yes, those are amazing emotes. Yeah, so just by the way, if you want to support the channel, there are many ways to do that by using those amazing emotes, which you can unlock with a Radical Coder channel membership. You can just like the stream. That helps a lot. Help get more eyes on the channel. I think we got a good thing here. I think we can really make some like big jumps and big leaps in on like across the YouTube verse if we just stay a little committed to it, and if we get the right eyes on our channel. So yeah, I mean, I think there's real possibility for growth here. Joe Cool, I'm on an editing break, no link. Not doing a panel right now, Joe Cool, but much love to you, buddy. Did AI take your job? Not exactly, but it didn't help. It didn't help that that AI was able to do some of the things that I was initially hired on to take care of. Like, no doubt. Like, I mean, I was able to do the work I was doing way faster and like way more efficiently than like a non-developer trying to do it with AI. But like, the fact that they can do it in theory, like with AI is, But I was working for a relatively small company, and so it was after some restructuring that unfortunately my job was the company was going a kind of different direction that didn't need me as much, which was unfortunate. But I loved my job. I thought it was a great place to work. Drop one in bomb or double it and give it to the next person. I'm gonna double it and give it to the next person. All right. A lot of Trump shit I need to talk about. For sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I don't even have any, do I have to use StreamYard hours I guess if I'm not streaming, I don't have to use StreamYard. I don't know. I'm planning on just reading this article and then we're watching a debate panel about about this dark money stuff, but I am curious to hear what you're on about. What I don't understand is why wouldn't you just donate to creators directly who have already built something and just need to put gasoline on the fire? Yes, that I agree with Keith here. Like that's what I would want, right? Like if you see like small creators like me who are out here like fighting the fight, and like we're going on all these panels arguing with conservatives, like making the case for progressivism and stuff, like, or just doing other progressive coded content, like. I don't know, like, support the cause, you know what I'm saying? Called cell phone company, can't get a customer service person at all, sure. Trump releasing the Epstein files is just him overwriting the same file, yeah, yep, just did it again. Democrats at least understand the internet exists now, so that's good, but they still think influencers are just there to do a terrible direct-to-camera interview that no one watches rather than just treating us like another form of media. Yeah, that's for sure. All right, Coder, this is the disconnect. They aren't on here looking for Jack. Yeah, I hear you. The influencers offered the funding were given just days to sign the contract. That's also crazy, which was essentially presented as on a take it or leave it basis. At least one cohort was specifically told they could not have their lawyers redline it. Does that mean... lawyers redline it? Does that mean like modify it, or does that mean like they couldn't even have their lawyers go over it? To redline a document means to track and show all proposed changes. Okay, so it was about negotiation stuff. So they were like, take it or, that's what they mean by take it or leave it. I see. In the group chat formed to discuss contract negotiations, some creators discussed a clause prohibiting the disparagement of other creators. Not being able to criticize anyone else affiliated with Chorus felt restrictive to some, according to text messages posed to the chat. Yeah, I wouldn't like that either. I want to be able to like speak my mind about anybody, pretty much. I don't know that I would like that limitation. Eventually, the creators in the group, but Yeah. Eventually, the creators in the group chat agreed to drop the issues they had. I don't think Chorus is out to screw us. Orleans, a creator who was offered $8,000 per month, said in the group chat, some influencers for Chorus Creator Incubator Program were offered as little as $250 per month. According to one creator who declined to accept the deal, while others were offered membership into the Amplifier cohort, which provides up to $8,000 per month. Maybe you could join Space Force. Yeah, I'll think about it. The 1630 Fund has emerged as a powerful funder in democratic spaces in recent years. Its website notes that issues supported by the organization include economic equity, affordable healthcare, climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. The organization was founded in 2009 as a liberal response to conservative dark money groups and organizations like the Koch network, and under Trump it has soared. Okay, so they've been around since 2009. The 1630 Fund, at least. In 2018, the 1630 Fund provided $141 million to more than 100 left-leaning causes in order to bolster Democratic support during the midterms, according to a tax filing obtained by Politico. In 2020, the fund distributed more than $400 million, according to the organization's public tax filing, which Politico said was used in efforts to unseat then-President Donald Trump and Republican Senate majority. In 2022, the 1630 Fund spent $196 million backing state ballot measures on abortion rights heading into the midterms, according to NBC. Just 4 donors accounted for close to 2/3 of the fund's revenue in 2023. Just 4 donors. Interesting. According to its tax filing. The largest donor gave the group $50 million, with others donating $31 million, $21 million, and $13 million. That's crazy. The 1630 Fund, which is not required to disclose its contributors, so we don't know who these contributors are, not required to disclose its contributors, has for years been a major funding source for liberal and progressive causes and groups, including those that spend in elections, says Walker Davis, a research director for the open government group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. Though their recent tax returns indicate that they have pulled back from the eye-popping sums they raised and spent in 2020, the organization is still one of the top spending politically oriented nonprofits in the country. Chorus, which is described in its contracts reviewed by Wired as a project of the 1630 Fund that handles operations for the Creator Program, launched in November 2024 with ties to Good Influence, a for-profit influencer marketing agency aimed at helping content creators connect with social good campaigns. Good Influence was founded in October 2020 by Stuart Perlmutter. The former communications director for Representative John Yarmuth of Kentucky, seeing an opportunity after Kamala Harris's loss last November. Perlmutter co-founded Chorus with Democratic influencer Brian Tyler Cohen. We love Brian. Who has over 4.6 million subscribers on YouTube and leads messaging check-ins for the creator cohort on rapid response days. According to records reviewed by Wired, Chorus claims that its initial creator cohort has a collective audience of more than 40 million followers with more than 100 million weekly viewers, and that the organization has hundreds of creators signed up and ready to amplify messaging. No radical coders, though. No radical coders. I spent most of my career researching right-wing media and sounding the alarms about the collapse of our old information environment, Ellie Langford, the director of programming at Chorus, said on a Zoom call with dozens of creators in June. Our political systems haven't been able to figure out a real solution, and I've been really excited to see you all treading the path forward. I deeply, deeply believe that the work you are all doing is what's going to make the difference in supporting and, frankly, resuscitating our democracy. I'm going to let Umbreon in, so BRB. Oh, why didn't you guys tell me the screen was frozen? I don't know why that's happening. Is this your beef bone? Is this your bone? Polygraph lie detector says, Brian seems like he's probably a nice guy, but he shills too hard for Dems for my taste, and his script is a bit too lengthy. Yeah, I feel that. I think I agree with that analysis. Already, creators in the program are creating content together. In a new weekly series titled Good News in Politics, 6 creators in the program shared a collaborative video running through political wins. Follow these creators, bringing you hope instead of doom scrolling. And then a list of those creators. While some creators have been eager to work with Chorus, others distrust the organization. I'm of both minds right now. This spring, Chorus faced a wave of backlash from prominent content creators whose images were included in the firm's fundraising decks without permission. I was included on some Chorus decks, like We Have Access to V, when you do not, said V Spear, a liberal content creator with over 3.5 million followers on TikTok. Following the publication of this article, Wilson said that there is no record of V being included in any Chorus materials, nor being named as part of the effort. Interesting. So, was V lying? Was V lying, guys? What's the reality? My take on it is it's interfering with the First Amendment, freedom of the press. That's suspect, and no, I'm not going to say sus. Maybe. I mean, is it? Is it doing that? I'm not sure that it's a First Amendment issue necessarily. The faces of several well-known influencers were featured prominently on the Chorus website beneath the giant donate button. However, users who clicked the button were taken to a fundraising page for Chorus instead of anywhere their dollars would go directly to the creators featured. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staffer Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, we love Kat here, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her consent. Is this one true? She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for fundraising purposes. Yeah, that seems like something. This seems like something Kat would not want to be involved in. So I'm not surprised But that's crazy that they like used her image on the website. That's super interesting. Although maybe, I mean, it depends on the context, I guess. Like, if they're saying like, "Hey, we are supporting Kat," you know, like even if Kat's not part of the organization, if they're like, "We're raising money for Kat's campaign," or "We're trying to fundraise for Kat," like I would support that. They are trying to usurp themselves into existing channels, but don't tell your viewers that we are. Sure, I see. Yeah. Spear and other content creators have accused Chorus of attempting to establish themselves as a gatekeeper to democratic political leaders. What we need is for people to invest in independent media, and that doesn't necessarily mean investing in a consulting group that is going to become a middleman for independent media, says Spear. It doesn't necessarily mean that. Again, I don't know. I really am of two minds about this. Like, I don't like the way they're going about it, but I'm also like, shit, we need to do something. And I don't know, I don't have the resources to do it. So several influencers who doggedly defended Chorus throughout that controversy included Elizabeth Booker Houston, a Democratic comedian and content creator on Instagram, and Ali O'Brien, a progressive creator with more than 600,000 followers on TikTok, were involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus's new creator incubator program. Houston did not respond to requests for comment. O'Brien declined to comment. Still, some creators heard about the 1630 Fund and Chorus funding initiative and applied to join. Yeah, I'm probably going to be honest. We'll see. Maybe I'll go over the contract. If they offer me one, I'll go over the contract live on stream. I don't know if that's allowed. One creator named Chesco, who goes by the Speech Prof online, applied to join the program because he viewed it as an opportunity to get access to people that have funding or backing and actual research that I could use. That's what I'm saying. This sounds like an obvious scam. You think so? Who's getting scammed? They are free to support channels all they want without the strings. Yeah, for sure. I just wish they would. That's what I'm saying. Don't apply. What are the alternative organizations doing stuff like this? Like, I would love to be a part of some progressive incubator. If you get roped into a pyramid scheme, I swear. I don't think I'd do well in that specifically. But yeah, like I'm saying, like I would love to be a part of some progressive incubator. They're using people's images without asking. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like a lot of this. I really don't. So ultimately, he wasn't accepted and received an email on June 26 rejecting his application. We're planning to bring more creators into the incubator program in the future, Chorus wrote. The structure of the program highlights the vast differences between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Republicans have spent decades building up a powerful independent media ecosystem, though the right-wing influencer world is far from transparent. Okay, no doubt, no doubt. Those are both true. That's very true. False advertising, they obviously don't care. This is the progressive version. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. In September 2024, a federal indictment alleged that the Russian state-sponsored network Russian TV was covertly providing millions in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. In 2024, the National Republican Congressional Committee spent nearly $500,000, on work with Creator Grid, an influencer marketing company whose website says it connects Republican candidates with the internet's most powerful conservative influencers, according to an analysis of campaign finance filings from the Washington Post. You're sussing it out. You says you don't like a lot of it. Yeah, you're right. Don't matter how enticing the idea, it's just not. I'm not gonna look. Realistically, I'm not gonna get involved with Chorus. Okay. However, I want to be on the radar of people doing stuff like this. That I want. I really want that. I care a lot more about that than I do about getting involved with this specific organization. Stephen Buckley, a digital media sociologist at City St. George's, University of London, says that these sorts of programs have been happening in the right wing for ages, 100%, 1,000 million bazillion %. But Hyder said that the structure of the 1630 fund deal raises the question, is it ethical to match the tactics of your opponents? This is what I'm like, probably not. It's probably not ethical. Oh, hang on, I gotta do the refresh thing again. It's probably not ethical necessarily to match the tactics of your opponents if they're doing unethical shit. But again, it's like, at what cost? And I'm not saying like, oh, Chorus is the vanguard standing, or like the standing between us and the end of the Republic. I'm not saying that. But like, I don't know. I don't personally want to get involved. But if other creators do, I don't know that I really care that much. I'm not gonna like wage war against other progressive creators who are involved in this stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not sure that's where I would want my energy. No, sir. No, sir. No. No, sir. Using that language in my house. The Democrats appear to have no real counter to this system. Democrats miss the next generation of media, says Brendan Gaughan, a co-founder of influencer marketing agency Creator Authority. Historically, they owned Hollywood, but this next generation of influence is digital. I don't even know about that exactly. I'm not sure about the whole liberals owned Hollywood or everything. And they've miscalculated that. I don't think they feel comfortable in arenas where they lack control. Well. Who raided us? Welcome. Thank you for the raid, whoever raided. I don't see it on my I don't have the raid alerts set up. Umbreon, please. You're embarrassing me in front of the raiders. No, sir. Yes, please like and subscribe. Thank you so much for joining us. If you're just joining us, we were just going over the Chorus, the dark money scheme. Oh, Straighterade raided. Really? Aw. W Straighterade, thank you. Shout out Straighteraiders. Aw. Appreciate that. I see it now. Awesome. Welcome Straighterade fans. Yeah, we were covering the Chorus stuff. I tuned in a little bit earlier to Aaron and Pisco talking about this. I haven't really followed it too much, so we were just like reading through the Wired article, and then we were going to check out the RGR panel about it. Umbreon, you want to say hi to everyone? Say hi to the Raiders. Raiders, this is Umbreon. If you're new here, this is my boy, my co-host. He likes to whine. Oh, thank you, buddy. Thank you. It's a straighter raid. Yes, this is my co-host Umbreon. He's the best. Make sure you like and subscribe so you can see more. Yes, thank you. Chorus drama. Yeah, I'm learning about it. I didn't follow it too much. I'm not sure how I feel about it. My main takeaway has been I want some dark money, but at what cost? You know? Like, I wouldn't mind being part of some progressive incubators, but also, like, I don't want all the strings. So, like, if they're just like, if they're just gonna throw money at progressives, then do that, right? I don't know if they need all the orchestration, all the puppeting. I don't like the puppeting, but like, I mean, again, like as the article talks about, like Republicans have been doing this for decades, you know, and there's this whole like fighting fire with fire debate. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to lose because no one wants to fight fire with fire. I'm not going to spend a lot of time like critiquing like progressives who take this money is where I'm at. Your soul is the price, maybe. Come here, furry wiener co-host. I don't know. I was joking about applying, but I probably won't. At the end of the day, I want to be on the radar of organizations like this, but I don't want to have their strings on me. So that's the goal. I can relate to your dogs whining about politics, or I hate politics. Yeah. Why would they invest money if not for the puppeting? Well, I guess that's a fair question. And look what happened to the Republican Party. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not good. It's not a good look right now. But they won the presidency. They control Congress. That's what happened to them. You know, there is that to deal with. I know, baby boy. I know. He hates dark money in politics. He hates it. Direful says, fight fire with fire as much as you want. Don't be surprised when you get burnt. Sure. I think that's fair. Baby boy. Okay. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you go play. Okay? Go play in the dark. Also, good to see you. Not that Christine. Rude Crab says, if you're willing to stoop to the level of your enemy, you had no reason to be enemies. I don't agree with that. I mean, that doesn't follow in like any, like, I mean, like if my enemy's attacking me and I attack him back, obviously he's right. Like, my response is to attack back. My response, that doesn't mean we're not still enemies. Like, he's still attacking me. I don't think that's a good analogy, or I don't think it's a good, like, I think it's a good analogy. I don't think it's a good, I'm not sure that's a good rule of thumb to follow. It's not the Republican Party of McCain. It's so not that. Definitely not. Whining like Marge Simpson. Yes, we got the Umbreon emote, by the way. Check out those Umbreon emotes. We love our baby Umbreon emote. So, I don't know. We're going to watch all these creators talk about this. I don't know how. Maybe some of them are involved. I imagine some of them must be. Let's see. Oh, you guys can't hear it. Why does this keep happening? You can't be a Republican centrist now. Yeah. It's illegal. I think stoop means the level of which they play dirty and not so much you defending yourself. You're talking about Crab. It means the level of which they play dirty and not so much you defending yourself. But what I'm saying is, like, if you have someone playing dirty and you refuse to play dirty, like, to keep your, and like, I don't know if that's like the best move, like having the high ground there. Yeah, but we're talking about politics. Like, to some degree, it is like we're talking about potential self-defense in a maybe a slightly more abstract way than someone like coming at you with a knife. But like, I don't know.
I'm online at She's Right Show, center left. I hate internet cancer. You can also stop real cancer by donating to St. Jude's.
Cool. Then we got Madden. Oh, Madden is not here. Sorry, missing one person. And then no echo chambers.
Hey, what's up? I'm Get Money Dre. I host No Echo Chambers Pod. I'm a center left content creator on TikTok.
What is going on? Hang on. Let me try something here. No, I have graphics acceleration off. I thought that was the issue.
TikTok,
no,
Twitter,
it's not
and
frozen.
YouTube. And my show basically talks to all different kinds of people to understand their point of view. I am a big fan of human rights, so if you support human rights, then you should watch my show. And if you don't, then you can fuck off.
Great. Thank you all so much for being here. And with that, we're going to get right into it. So basically, I'm not going to read the whole spiel that I posted online. We're here to talk about the Taylor Lorenz article and the recent dark money discourse. And so really the main questions are, what do we make of everything that's been happening? Is there any merit to Taylor's claims? Is it possible that she was acting with malice or at least negligently? And what do we think of efforts like what Chorus is undertaking?
Good questions. I'm just curious. Is this it's not like I don't, does Wired do, I mean, it's just politics. It's not, it doesn't say like opinion. I don't know if Wired has like an opinion section. I don't know. A lot of this was like, yeah, I don't know how that whole reporting process is. I'm kind of a dummy in that regard. So if winning what's important, or giving a majority an alternative option of subjective preference to choose? Democracy? Well, again, it's like if democracy disappears because we were standing on principle in all these scenarios, then like, what do we do? Right? Like sinking into the quicksand, being like, I stood on principle. Salute as you fall deeper into the ground. I don't know. I get the like I would like to have those values. You know, I feel in my heart of hearts that I want to hold to that, but I think there's a point where, and I'm not saying that Chorus is that like that tiebreaker. I'm just saying like there's certainly scenarios where I can imagine like feeling the need to compromise. Also good to see you, Growling Arachnid. I'd rather lose my honor than my life. Yeah. For sure. And I mean, in most cases, at least. This panel sucks. It probably does. I like some of the people on this panel. Okay. Jola is on this panel. Soypill is on this panel. Wick is tolerable to me. And Debates, I think, is really good. I have mixed feelings about Connor. I'm a recovering Destiny fan. So, you know, we'll see how it all goes.
Such as funding smaller creators and helping them grow their platform. How we're going to do this is I'm going to go around and ask people in the same order, one by one, to give an opening statement. There's a lot of us, so we're not going to be able to probably get to everybody. So once someone finishes their opening, I'll ask anyone if they want to respond to anything that the person who just spoke said, and if they do, we'll let conversation roll from there. So with that, Z, I think that you have a really interesting...
What's your opinion on the dark money scandal? Well, that's kind of what I'm saying right now is like, look, I don't like it. I don't think I would personally, although again, I frankly, I could use the cash. Like I like if my bills, like to pay bills, I might be willing to take some funding from some organizations that have stipulations I don't love. But generally, I don't like the stipulations that they put out. I don't like the fact that like you can't critique other creators that are associated with the project. I don't like that you can't tell anyone that you're associated with the project. I don't like that yeah, there's a bunch of stipulations. I don't know. I don't like any of those. I wouldn't want to feel limited in that way. I don't like you have to like run through them to have any contact or like to support like certain candidates. Like you're not allowed to support candidates outside of their basically like approval like orbit or whatever. I don't like that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I don't think that I would. I think if I signed on to something like this, I would probably find myself in trouble because I don't know that I would be able to hold to it. I'd be like, I did it for 8K, go fuck yourself. Yeah, like, again, like so what I keep saying is like, if you're watching this and you are someone who is associated with a progressive incubator project, hi, I'm Ryan, Radical Coder. I've been teaching people how to code for a decade. I'm a software engineer. I have a computer science degree. I'm a tutor, educator, software engineer, and I love fighting about politics. I've been doing panels and debates and all these things for 5 years now, mostly against the far right. I'm pretty good at what I do. I don't win every debate, who does? But I stand on principle, and I'm intellectually honest, and I really could use your money. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Infallible Foul says, I hate that we're asking Connor what he thinks about this. He just hates the people who are further left. He's just here to soy point. Maybe. That's kind of true. That's kind of true about Connor. They pay you, but you can only back their selected candidates. Yeah, I don't like that. But again, it's like, if I'm already backing those candidates, I don't care about that. Pretty good? Yeah. Pretty bad, says From Bumbly. Well, to each their own. We don't need Republicans to tell us how to win an election. Yeah, I don't like that when we're listening to Connor about stuff like that. Although, I take him in good faith that he doesn't want Trump to keep winning and like MAGA Republicans to keep winning. But okay, Umbreon, okay. Baby boy, what do you think about dark money, huh? What do you think about dark money in politics? Oh, come here, wiener. Radical Coper says, Granny. Good to see you, Granny. But like, what if things change? What if they change who they want you to back? Yeah, that's the thing. That's what. Again, like I there are a lot of reasons why I don't think that I would end up signing into anything like this. But at the end of the day, I definitely want to be on the radar of organizations like these who might be interested in funding projects like mine. That's what I want. That's why I care. I care a lot more about that than I do about the specific chorus thing. I think they should have asked for at least $1 million if you're going to sell your soul. Yes. One soul is worth 1 milli. I agree. Wait, it keeps...
Giving kind of your thoughts on the matter.
Oh man, you're gonna put me on the spot. Okay.
If you don't want to, that's totally fine.
Well, I'm just like curious, how many people are like, is everybody in the center left position here? Or
I try to get
I am,
just to make it more interesting.
I think so. I think
left.
this might be kind of boring conversation. I think everyone's like,
I'll make
mostly
sure it's
that they
not
can. I'm
boring.
not
Don't
sure.
worry. I'll start fighting you if you guys.
I'm center right, but I think I'm going to agree with most of y'all. So
I have a couple.
I'm a little bit further left than center left, but I'm not like a leftist or a communist or anything.
We wouldn't get any.
What's wrong with being a leftist? I hate this panel already. I'm not like a leftist. I'm not one of these leftists, I hate people like this. I can't stand it. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I just think principles should be important, and if someone else's actions can change your principles, then you lose autonomy and your principles didn't mean shit to you. Or it's like my principles mean things to me, up to a certain point. Like there's a point where like I'm going to have to I think it's reasonable to like have some degree of like being like, oh, I would bend principle. Like again, like you guys said you're removing self-defense or whatever, but like politics has major impacts on people's lives. So like politics is kind of a game of self-defense in many ways. I don't know. Maybe it's a personal moral failing of myself. I don't know. I'm open to that criticism. Sir. Maybe I'm just a unprincipled freak. It could be the case, who knows?
we needed some tankies in here to spice
I
it
can be
up.
your fascist for the evening. I got you perfectly covered. I can.
No, we're good, Connor. We don't want fascists in here. We need more. We need more far left on this on panels like this. But Crab, that's R-slur. Come on, Michelle. I don't want don't set the precedent that my mods are using the R-slur. I don't like it. When villain laughs at the hero, is like, you can't kill me because you're too good, and the good guy's like, you're right. Principles are foundational. Foundations don't flex. Says who? What are you talking about? Wait, no. Foundations absolutely have to flex. Foundations are necessarily flexible because they have to deal with like weather and shit. I don't agree with the analogy. I understand what you're saying, but like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's just being stubborn to some like in some case if you're just not ever willing to bend on anything for any reason. Like what I don't know. It feels like dogmatic. I don't like that. I don't like dogma in general. And that feels dogmatic to me. Maybe I missed the point. I'm sorry, Michelle. Says the structural fabricator you're talking to. All right. You need a t-shirt with that on? I'm with the unprincipled freak. Yeah. Wick's whole thing is that he hates the left. A little bit. Wick is does have a bit of a hate boner for the left. Umbreon, you gotta calm down.
I can steelman the opposite argument if you want.
So let me say, all right, I will put out there. I tried hard to get like the farther left people. I went on TikTok. And
She didn't reach out to me. RGR, you didn't reach out to RC. Not you, Ryan. Crab missed. Oh, okay.
I was able to get a couple of them the other day. I did try to. All right. So this is my best efforts. All right. You know.
Yeah, I reached out to
something to fight because I'll give you something to fight.
No, Connor, we don't want to fight the far right about this. We don't care about you or the center right, whatever. We don't care what you think about it. Yeah, okay. I already agree with what who mentioned Connor being infallible foul. I'm already with you. I don't care. I don't care what Connor thinks about dark money.
I reached out to like 3 or 4 people too. No progressive far left person wanted to join. It was really fucking irritating.
Also, Anne is far left. I think. I mean, she's definitely like aligned with all the liberal unfuck America people in messaging and stuff right now. But it feels like a pragmatic decision. Like I think she identifies herself as a communist and shit. Like,
I'll give you guys the thing to fight. Okay, even if we end up agreeing. May I?
Go for it.
So Wick and I were involved in the PV drama last year, 2 years ago, effectively where we were accused of the same thing, of being involved with dark money, and it was opaque, and nobody knew who the funders were, and all that kind of crap. We were stuck into the same thing, okay? Now, what I think was Beckett of Crab's criticism, which I think is the strongest criticism available, is that this should be made as transparent as possible, and effectively everybody should be broadcasting whether or not they're getting paid, because of course that's going to, you should be honest with your biases and transparent with your biases. And I think that like one video, one advertisement, one website that nobody has heard of, that's insufficient for the audience to not feel like they're getting tricked. And so as a result, I think that it's incumbent upon creators to transparently communicate who they're working with and why, who's paying them and why, and what their deliverables are. Otherwise,
okay, look, I would love that. I would love if all creators do that. That would be awesome. That's not the world we live in, dude. That's just not, that is not the reality. That's not the game that's being played. Like, it's like how do we fight? How do we play a game or fight a battle where like there's completely different rule sets depending on what side of the aisle you're on? Like how does that work? It doesn't. It feels like it's like you're doomed to lose. Like if the opposition gets like handicaps that you like don't have access to. No communists. We've got enough Russia in the right. Or like I don't know. Like I mean like fucking Straighter Aid who raided us. Like I'm pretty sure she identifies as a communist. I don't think she's like a fascist or anything like that. Like I don't know. She doesn't. So she's not like there was a whole drama about whether she was an ML and stuff. I don't think she is. I don't think she's an ML. Whether that's a terrible thing or not is a different conversation. Damn it. I gotta figure out why my computer keeps doing this. No. It's not really winnable because the goalposts are able to be moved. Sure.
Aim them and why and what their deliverables are. Otherwise, we're going to have this discourse another dozen times over the next 2 years.
I can
Go for it.
I was gonna say I can agree with that, Connor, but I think when it pertains to specifically the chorus drama, it seems like everything was pretty open and relatively transparent about
Was it? Not according to this Wired article. According to this Wired article, it was like the opposite. See the point you're trying to make, but you're justifying becoming the bad guy, which is nonsense if principled. I don't think I don't think Republican pundits are the bad guy because they get money from organizations and they don't tell people about it. I think that they're bad because they advocate for bad policies that hurt people. Right? That's like a fundamentally different. It's just it's totally different value. Like our values are clashing at a completely different level. Why do tech guys always have the worst tech issues? Because we're specialized. Okay. Go far enough right and far enough left, and you're the same authoritarian thing. It's a circle more than a linear spectrum. I don't think so. I don't believe in the horseshoe theory memes. Direful says people comparing Nazis to socialists are having paranoid delusions and need to get outside. I agree 100%. So you're okay with dark money? I don't know. I don't know if I care about it. I don't know how much I care about dark money. I care about dark money in some contexts. I would prefer to know about it, but I live in a world with dark money. That's the case. I live in a reality where dark money influences the political landscape that I am a part of. The tiny particle that I am in that space-time continuum, If you kill a killer, the number of killers remains the same. That's true. That's funny. Batman still had morals and didn't do stuff like hurt innocents or steal. Well, I'm not talking about stealing or hurting innocents, right? None of the values, none of the principles here that would be broken if I were to take money from Chorus, which again, I don't expect to be in a position where I even have to make that decision, but I don't think I would in the first place. Or at the end of the day, I don't think I would anyway. But we're not talking about there are virtues that I don't think would bend for $8,000 a month. And some of these I think are actually those virtues. But I don't know that all of them are. You know what I mean?
Who was receiving money? I don't think they denied not receiving money from the 1360 fund.
1630 fund.
1630.
1630. Or 16. Yeah, whatever.
But
was anybody here in the Chorus group or no?
Good question.
No.
Unfortunately,
Nobody. We couldn't get a single Chorus person here. Come on, RGR. Or maybe they weren't allowed to. Maybe is that it? They're not allowed. The problem is all money in our system is really a derivative of fraud and lack of ethics. Yeah, to some degree. Also good to see you, Michael. No, Ryan, I know you wouldn't do that. I was just talking about what Michelle said when Michelle said it was Batman logic. Yeah, I hear you. But I again, I'm saying, there are some things here that I probably would compromise on for $8,000. There, some of these things I think I could be convinced to do. Just all of them together, I think I'd be I might agree to it and then I would break it and then I'd find myself in legal trouble or they would revoke the contract or some shit like that. I've been watching a lot of Dexter. By the way, Dexter Resurrection is so fucking good. It hurts. It's so good. Episode 9 was crazy. All right, we got the finale coming Thursday night. Should be amazing. It's they're killing it. Pun intended. He only kills evil people. Well, no spoilers, but I mean, Dexter's been known to compromise his values when it comes to taking care of himself, Yeah, Dexter, yeah, I'm big Dexter fans here. I've actually been listening to the audiobooks. I've been like falling asleep listening. I'm on the third one now, although I've missed a lot of the second and third one because I fell asleep listening to them. So I'm gonna go back and listen to them again at like 1.5 speed.
We should have got like
Fuck disclosures. Fuck disclosures. If somebody wants disclosures to happen, then somebody needs to change the laws around either mainstream media, alternative media, or all media that covers politics in the U.S., where everybody's forced to disclose. I don't think that it's fair or reasonable to demand some fucking, no offense, but some content creator getting paid like $800 a month net, like from all of his earnings, to have to disclose that he's like a bought and paid for dark money shill. Wow, people like
this. Okay, all right, listen. Steven's just right about this. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, first of all, I would never, even if I were involved in something like this, and I would never be the one getting $8,000. Like, it said up to $8,000. So I would probably be getting, like he just said, like coming away with like $800 minimum, or some shit like that at the end of the day, like after taxes and everything. Like, I don't know. Play with this. Play with that.
like Taylor Lorenz or the Majority Report or other people can run around raising however much money from the background, not having to disclose any of their income sources, not revealing any, but like that's bullshit. It's either all or nothing. So
does Majority Report do that? Did he say Majority Report? I don't know about that. I mean, I don't trust Taylor Lorenz, but Dexter looks like a show for people who idolize Patrick Bateman. No, I don't think so. Dexter is it's its own. Does it have actual commentary? You're gay. You don't have any values, bro. Thank you from Bumbly. Whatever that means. To be clear, I think you're a great person, Ryan. I'm not accusing. I don't feel like you're accusing me, Fuzzy. I mean, I'm just I'm navigating this like in real time, like trying to decide like how I would like engage with these moral quandaries. Like I don't know. And from Bumbly, there are probably gay people who have way more values than me or way better values than me. Like, but does Dexter have actual commentary? Probably. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm watching it necessarily for the commentary. Like I'm invested in the universe. Like I like binged the whole like the original series a couple of years ago, and I got really invested in that universe. So like I don't know. I like the show a lot. I like the characters. I mean, there's definitely like some degree of social commentary like layered in there. But like if you're just I don't know, if you're watching it just for like social commentary or whatever and not like for the story, then you might be disappointed. I don't know. Maybe not.
So when all of these other content creators are publicly
comparing sponsors to contractual arrangement is hilarious. Was I doing that? Or is Steven doing that? Oh, is that what he's referencing with the Majority Report thing? Yeah. If that's what he's talking about, that's dumb. Just saying, if you were able to succumb to gayness, I'm pretty sure you'd do the same F shit for money. From Bumbly, do you know that I'm not gay? Are you aware of this? Surprise, motherfucker.
Making like disclosures.
Which, by the way, it's okay to be gay. I just happen to not be myself.
Not that I have to go dig for, because remember we said it's not enough for them to say one thing at one point. Until that's happening, then fuck that. The standards need to be the same, or or not at all.
Can we look? I just want to say just real quick. The fact. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Wick.
The fact that.
Nicody says, if you can see the slippery slope of a thing, that's a way to not tread there. In general, yeah.
And.
Sure.
I'm just gonna let this play.
We should not be treating these as honest criticisms. So. Let's be clear. The people who are attacking Chorus, 90% of them are not honest in their criticisms. They're demanding a transparency that works one way. So I just to look at this and try to kind of try to tackle it as if they're being good faith, I think is a mistake. We just need to realize that these people, Taylor Lorenz, the Vanguard, all these fucks, they are active enemies to liberalism and the Democratic Party, and we should treat them as such.
How do you contend with the fact that 10%? We just had this debate maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago with Sock Dun Left, right? Not Sock Dun Left. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's Sock Dun Left. That's his name.
I'm being racist against socialists. Econoboy. So we just had this conversation with Econoboy a little bit ago, okay? And his point though is that 10% of the Democratic Party identifies as quote unquote very liberal, which I'm assuming means progressive because nobody knows what words means anymore. And then 10% of the party, additional 10% of the party identifies as socialists. Now let's be real, they also don't know what socialism means. They probably just
It froze. What part did it freeze at? I thought what Wick said was absolutely ridiculous. I'm not like, I don't really watch the Vanguard, but they don't really seem like that, like anything too insane to me. Surprisingly, Connor kind of cooked. Connor was kind of cooking. It freezes sometimes. I don't know what's, sorry. I stepped away to go to the bathroom. I'm back now. From Bumblebee says, I thought you were gay by your demeanor. Yes, I'm a gay passing straight man. It happens to the best of us. Destiny is saying that majority report having sponsors that they shout out is the same as this. Hey dumbass, that's actually the whole point of the sponsorship. They want it to be shouted out. Yeah, that's silly. Good to see you, David Wayne. Love from Kentucky. Thank you so much. Liked and shared type shit. We love that. Thank you so much, David Wayne. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry guys. I went to the bathroom and then it froze on me. I'll back up a little bit because I think Connor was cooking, but I don't know how much of it we actually heard. Wait, it's still frozen. Okay, fixing it now. I wonder if I can switch to... You left us, Ryan. It was so scary. Don't do that. Never again. I'll never leave you all again. Okay, I promise.
Are active enemies to liberalism in the Democratic Party, and we should...
just to address this whole thing. Like I've talked about this a lot recently, but like, yes, Angry Jiggles in the chat, please, Angry Jiggles. I hate this idea that like people who are to the left of liberals are illiberal in the same way that like the far right is illiberal. Like these are, I really think they're like fundamentally, like they're so fundamentally different. Like in my opinion, in my honest assessment, I think many people who are on the far left are drawn to that direction because they feel, whether rightly or wrongly, that liberalism is not living up to its promises. That's what they're pointing to. They value things like individual freedom and all that stuff, all that jazz, and like people's autonomy. They value these things. They don't think that liberalism actually fully provides those things, and so they're saying we would like a system where people can really be free, right? They want, and you know, we can argue about whether or not that's right. That's a fair assessment, but I just that's not what like the far right wants. That's not what like fascists want. You know what I mean? Like the dog with the teardrop. Oh, I don't know if I want an Umbreon crying emoji, but some crying emoji we could definitely do. Maybe a crying Jiggly. Or maybe a different Pokemon crying. I'll have to think about it. I think we have room for another email right now, actually. Let's take a quick detour here. I'll pull this up on my other monitor so that you guys can't see my YouTube studio. Also, thank you to all the new subs. Appreciate you all, seriously. Oh, I have to verify that it's me. Hang on. It is I. Hey, how about we don't do that, Umbreon? How about we don't? Did you consider that, buddy? Did you consider that we don't cry like that? Just a thought. A crying, sad cloud that's raining tears. That could be cute. That's a good idea, Allie. Also good to see you. But let me see. I just want to take a quick... Well, I guess I can let this play, but I want to make sure it doesn't stop playing for some reason.
And we should treat them as such.
How do you contend with the fact that 10%... We just had this debate maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago with Sock Done Left, right? Not Sock Done Left. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's Sock Done Left. That's his name.
I'm being
right?
racist against socialists. Econoboy.
Econoboy.
So
Oh,
we just
okay.
had this conversation with Econoboy a little bit ago, okay? And his point though is that 10% of the Democratic Party identifies as quote unquote very liberal, which I'm assuming means progressive because nobody knows what words means anymore.
Oh, also we have room for like 4 other emotes right now. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know we have room for 4 emotes? Let's detour. Let's build some emotes. Let's take a break from this hellscape and build some emotes. Wait, hang on. How about you give me a biscuit now? That's what he's saying. He's like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Yeah, let's take a break and make some emotes. All right, we got Excalibur open. We got our blank canvas. Let's dream it up. So somebody said something crying, some sort of crying emote. Good to see you, Nuxus. An unprincipled freak emote. I'm already right here, Mr. Ryan. You sound like Tolly calling me Mr. Coder. Shouts out to Tollybots. Oh wait, what's don't look at that. Hang on, let's see. Oh, you know what? This might be a really good opportunity to explore Gemini's new photo editor. We need a crying emote for YouTube, for my YouTube channel. Something that my chat will love to spam when appropriate. Huge engagement potential. Let's see what it does. Apparently the Gemini Nano Banana editor is dope as fuck. Yeah, Nano Banana. Nano Banana. Have you used it, Allie? I have not touched it at all. This is actually my first venture into the Nano Banana. I'm not loving it, to be honest. I'm not loving it. What do you guys think? What are our thoughts on this initial emoji? You have used it? Let's see. Give me way simpler. Simpler. Let's just tell it simpler. Yeah. Nuxus says no. I agree. It looked like it was like throwing up. Definitely not that one. Definitely not that one. All right. Definitely not. A more streamlined crying emoji. Okay, it's still like puking. Don't like that it's like throwing up water or tears. Maybe make a cloud character that is crying and raining. Is there like a cloud Pokemon that I'm just missing? I'm trying to imagine. I don't think so. I don't think there's any cloud Pokemon. Could do like a sobbing Ghastly or something. Okay, that's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. Huh? I think we're getting somewhere now. What's up, Beef Torque Hunk? It's quite a name. Appreciate you. Welcome to the chat. We have room for some emotes for our members, which, by the way, highly recommend that you get a membership so that you can use our fantastic emotes, including the ones that we're creating right now. But initially, you will already have access to the Angry Jiggles, the Care emote, the Shrek Care, the Squirtle Sipping, and the Baby Umbreon. What about Cloud Strife? Not sure. Crying emoji filling a cup with tears. Yeah, someone get Nuxus a gifted membership. It's a great opportunity to do that. Great opportunity to support the stream. I kind of like this. Emotes me like it. Yes, Beef. That's the dang cloud that used to chase me. Does it know it's making a YouTube emoji? I think so. I told it, yeah, I said, we need a crying emote for my YouTube channel, something that my chat will love to spam, blah, blah, blah. Make it, I mean, it's already pretty cartoonish, but like, make it simpler so that it looks really clear in emote form, since it will be very small in the chat, right? Well, thanks, Beef, for liking the stream. Thank you, Fuzzy, for reminding everyone to like the stream. Here we go. Now I think we're getting closer. Yeah, I can do I can make it transparent. There's a remove.bg. I can just like literally open the image up, copy image, paste image, and here we have the image without a background. Wait, what the? And I can copy that image, throw it into Excalibur. Although we can, I guess we could see the tears, the raining on in the YouTube like dark mode thing. What's the let me pull up stub your pinky toe, exactly how James Brown does it before. I feel good. That's funny. Silly Nano. Let's see. Earn memberships. What's the size of the emojis? 32 by 32. So what I can do is take this, make like a square, and do canvas size properties. Say 32 by 32. And we shrink this down. I feel like I have to shrink this a bit. I don't like that. I want it to be bigger, but I don't know. I guess I can just like screenshot it, right? Oh, but then it won't be transparent anymore. I guess I can just set this to 32. 32, 32. I guess this might do. Let's try it out. Export. Well, hang on. Cloud crying. All right, we're gonna have to test this out. It need a MAGA hat on it so it could be sad. Beef says, I'm not gonna lie, I'm always glad to see you stream, especially late night when others might not be. It's like a radical checkpoint in this wild world for real. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you, Beef. Seriously, that genuinely like warms my heart. I love hearing things like that. That like I don't know. That's the kind of encouragement that keeps me like wanting to go live more often. So seriously, thank you for saying that. Oh no. Okay, I put the crying cloud, but it's too small. It's too small. So what I'm gonna have to do, I'm gonna go to Gemini. Let's make the color contrast better for small emotes. Thank you, Ali. We're AI image input makers. Yes, we're builders here. I think we lost a lot of viewers when we stopped covering the. We're not done covering that, by the way. If you were watching for the chorus stuff, we're gonna go back to it momentarily. I just want to take a quick aside to add a new emote for my loyal members. I really appreciate them, and I want to show them how much I appreciate them by giving by slamming my head into the bar. You stop it. $32. This one should be better. Although it's a little like weirdly transparent, but I don't know. I think it's okay. Crying cloud. Still pretty small, but that's okay. The iron pipes on. Do you have ADHD? Oh man, do I ever, Nuxus. Not only do I have ADHD, I have unmedicated ADHD right now, which is the worst kind of ADHD to have. You can do some processes that are faster in those tools than paste back. Yeah, probably. What do you mean specifically, though? Not the iron pipe. I bonked myself. I jump from task to task. Oh yeah, Nuxus. Yeah, that's how I don't know. I thrive. That's again. I say again, but I haven't talked about this much today. But like, no sir. Hey, come here. I really love streaming. I enjoy doing this a lot. I feel like wildly stimulated when I'm doing this, like more than most other things in my life, and I'm able to jump from task to task in a way that like feels immediately rewarding, because as I'm jumping from task to task, I get the feedback from you guys that I get to engage with, and so I'm constantly like have this stream of consciousness that has instant feedback loops with the people in the chat. It really is just is a fantastic outlet for my ADHD, to be completely honest, and I think it's what makes me good at this kind of thing, which is why one of the reasons I want to do it, right? It's fun for me, and I feel like my brain is designed really well for it. Wild stimulation is the type of time I want to be on. Yeah, exactly. Hard time focusing on a single thing, or personal curse. Yeah, no doubt. Even when I am medicated, I can't stay focused on one thing for too long. I'd be like skipping songs. Like I don't listen all the way through. All right, so we got the cry cloud. But it's a little small, but I'm gonna publish it. I don't know how quickly it will show up. So yeah, no judgment here. Thank you. This is a safe space for ADHDers. We love our ADHDers here. All right, let's go ahead and restart this. Let's go back to the chorus stuff.
More. And then 10% of the party, additional 10% of the party, identifies as socialists. Now, let's be real. They also don't know what socialism means. They probably just mean...
Or they mean something different than what you think, Connor.
Means the Scandinavians. But at the same time, like, if we have 12, liberals and progressives in a single chat who are all saying, like, fuck 20% of the party, we don't need them to win, I think you're kind of delusional. This is where...
True. Okay. See, this is what I'm saying. Connor's kind of cooking. Connor's kind of cooking here. All right.
I told Steven, like, I think we need a center left, center right coalition. And he's like, nah, fuck it. The liberals have it. And I was like, I think that's hubris.
We just need a coalition big enough to defeat Trump and shit. Like, we don't need we could if we get the far left in our coalition, great. If we get the center right, great. We just need to win.
But
I agree with that at some point, but I mean, obviously I'm biased because as someone on the farther left, I want to be involved. And I think that the center right is like less valuable to our goals. But again, if it comes down to just beating Trump, like obviously, that would be better. More panel neuron go brr, yeah.
But you need to market to those people.
Cells.
And by the way, you have ineffective marketing because I'm saying shut up about guns, and yet Adam Kinzinger, the Republican who was a Never Trump Republican, probably the best example of a Never Trump Republican, after the most recent mass shooting, he was talking about gun control. So the marketing sucks, probably because he's going to be a Democrat in the next year.
People love guns here in America.
Yeah, even Kamala Harris was like a gun owner. Gerald 15 has some good memes. Not sure who that is.
We need to be able to market to them. You're not going to win elections saying no guns. You just won't.
I need to talk about this disclosure thing that Destiny mentioned because I mean,
before Soypil goes into that, I mean, are there any? How many Dems are actually running on no guns? Like realistically, who's actually running on no guns? Like full gun bans? Like nobody's doing that. Nobody's talking about that. Wait, is that the cloud? Or what emote is that, Nukes? No, it's a gun. No, you're not a member. I don't know why I thought that was a. It's just tiny on my phone screen. I couldn't tell. Is that a? Is the UK? Is the which flag is that? We just made a new emote, so I was like, wait, why does it look terrible? And then I realized it's not. That's not the emote. Australian flag. Okay. All right, I got my crying. We got the crying cloud. Still, it's a little small. We might have to buff up the size in the near future, but it works for now.
I mean, I didn't think I'd be arguing on this side of things. I'm very much anti this article and have a bunch of evidence, and that's why I came prepared to talk about. But the idea that
that's exciting. I like Soypil. I like that he has evidence to contrast or to contend with a lot of the claims made in that article. I'm really interested to hear what he has to say. No rain in the cloud. There is rain. It's just really small. It's just really tiny. I think progressives have a lot of good things, but I think the majority of Americans are historically more center, and I think that's where you might get non-voting voters back to the voting booths. I think I agree, but I feel like there's this perception of centrists who are like the right-wing media ecosystem has cornered this market of people who see themselves as centrist and who are actually center-right, who are just like center or even like lean towards the far right. And that's been like the whole Tim Pool ecosystem. Like Tim Pool's been calling himself a centrist or even like a liberal for a decade now, but he has been far right for that same amount of time. Small crying cloud is cute, and sometimes aren't we all just a small crying cloud? So true. Renee was censored. I'm sorry, Renee. Sorry to hear that. Well, you're not censored here unless you break TOS or, cross some boundary that I don't want you to. In general, you should be safe. It's a safe space. Literally 1984, for real. Chubby rain. We can make some thicker rain. Hang on. I think that's actually a good idea. Can you make the rain drops more thick? Put 3 C's there. Oh, you guys can't see. It's a complicated issue. I don't think we can stamp this as bad or good right yet. Sure. Yes, also welcome, Renee. It added the letters. Okay. Wait, I kind of like that. It's actually kind of cool. It's kind of cute. I kind of like the thick sad cloud. What do we think? There are loose boundaries, so no fucking up. Yeah, they are. Oh, they are loose boundaries. Yeah, realistically, yeah, I have pretty loose boundaries here. Yeah, it's a bit not exactly what I had in mind. Let's just redo. Let's just redo it. Like it clearly got the wrong idea there. It's funny, but okay, that's better. That's better. These won't look as good on a dark. Make the raindrops brighter and thicker. It is funny and cute. We might come back to that thick one, if I can. I don't even know if I can find that again. I don't know how Gemini does branching, branching pick generation. But here we go. Here we go. I love the idea of incorrect expression. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Let's clone this over while we have it. While we're here together. Scoop. No, sir. No, sir. We're not going to cry like that. You're embarrassing me in front of my stream. I know. Cloud, crying, replace. Sir. I guess I can probably let this keep playing while I do this, but hang on. Actually, I'm gonna... Wait, did I just name it Crying Cloud or Cloud Crying? I don't even know. Okay, I updated it. Background slightly gray. Well, that's on Google Gemini. Yeah, but I like this one too. Hopefully it turns out well. We'll see.
That disclosure matters, and like it's this zero-sum game, like we all have to do it or none of us have to do it. The reason that people are upset about this, and I think this is okay to be upset about, regardless of why this upsetness might come from misleading or kind of not so true claims, is that I'm echoing on your side, Ann. Can you please mute?
Mixabi.
Thank you. Is that basically there's this aura of authenticity that comes from some of these creators, and if it comes out that you were not disclosing that you were paid by people, even though that probably, in my opinion, doesn't change your opinions, it does hurt your credibility with your audience. As far as I know, Majority Report completely discloses all of their funding as advertisers because they read them on the show. I don't know if they get backdoor funding, maybe they do, but I think people are just kind of scrambling to say, hey, if you get funding, please just let me know. Now, I don't think that's the goal of this article. I think
super curious about what those are.
Is one, I'm sure we'll get into this later. I don't even believe that dark money is a real term. I think that it's like a fictitious term that people throw around because it sounds spooky. But two, like earlier, I think Connor was the one who brought up the idea that like the disclosure can't just be one time because people are going to say, oh, well, we didn't see that. You can go to the Majority Report sponsor page and see sponsors, but like, I mean, I don't know how much each of these people give, right? Like, let's say hypothetically on the sponsor page for the Majority Report, what if all of these sponsors gave $100 a month, but Liquid IV gives $10,000 a month. And let's say that, the Majority Report ends up taking a strange, vaccine position. And if I would have found out that Liquid IV, which I'm guessing is like some supplement,
yeah, I know where the density jump scare. Yeah, definitely. I've been saying this. I got into a fight with a couple people in my audience recently about this. Like, I am first of all, I'm a recovering Destiny fan personally. I've also been personally victimized by the Destiny orbit myself. Thirdly, I think Hassan Piker is less bad optics for the left than Destiny, especially right now. I think like Destiny is let me rephrase that. I think Destiny, Stephen Bonnell, is worse optics for the left right now than Hassan Piker. I believe that in my heart of hearts. I believe that to be the case right now. So I would rather see Hassanites on a panel like this, frankly, even if I agree with a lot of what Steven says. We have other recovering DGGers. I was never really like a DGGer per se, but like I was like, you know, I watched his streams. I watched his content for years and years and years, and I went to canvassing events or one of the canvassing events. Right, I'm in his canvassing video, like the Savannah, Georgia one. Destiny's a lib. Hassan is a leftist. I'm a leftist. I myself am a leftist.
Vitamin thing was donating so much, well, maybe that would change the way how I feel about their coverage, you know, and it might, you know, and it would for some people. So like if we're going to do disclosures, it needs to be standardized.
Clear. Yeah, I agree with this completely, because a lot of the criticism, especially that I've been getting DMs is, oh, they didn't disclose it enough, or, oh, they disclosed it on this stream, but not as a video. And the idea that we should be saying the exact denominations of every amount from every single person, I think is really ridiculous. I think it's totally fine to just say, hey, I'm working with these people. Sometimes they help me out. That's all that needs to happen. The drummed up controversy stuff is overblown for sure, but I don't think that it is a wrong concern to say people should disclose that I'm working with this group and maybe they pay me. But
I just mean, I mean, yeah, I probably, like I might be more sympathetic to a lot of Hassan's like political values. Although again, I in many ways I am like a pragmatic liberal. But like I'm just talking like purely optics, like purely optically, like Hassan is just like leaked, even with his 9/11 memes. With I think the whole thing about Dan Crenshaw's eye getting fucked out by a Muja, that shit was so funny. I know it's a dark joke. It is mean. It is maybe to some degree unpatriotic, debatably. But that shit made me laugh for days. I still laugh every time I think about the Dan Crenshaw. If I don't know if you guys know the meme, but like Hassan joked about how Dan Crenshaw, who has an eye patch, right, who lost his eye in I believe in overseas. He said that he got his eye fucked out by a brave Mujahideen soldier, which is a crazy thing to say, but genuinely fucking hilarious. Renee says he makes Dems look bad, but there's Connor there for balance. Yeah, and again, like Connor, to his credit, like the things he said about the socialist stuff, like he's just right. He's like, there are a lot of people on the far left who vote for Democrats. And hey, Bobby, it's okay. It's okay. Relax. You're fine. You wanna play with the rope? You wanna play with the rope? I think Destiny changed. Oh wait, I was gonna read. I was indifferent until the leaks, but I watched before the election. Yeah, the leaks were like kind of nail in the coffin for me. Even though, like, I know there's like, yeah, I don't know. I just after that point, I kept watching for a little bit, but it just hit different, and I couldn't enjoy it. Like, I don't know. And a bunch of other things, like just kind of. My whole perception of him kind of started to, like, as I took that step back, like I felt like I don't know. I don't care what people watch. Like, if you guys are Dusty fans or whatever, I don't think many people in my audience are. But if you are, I don't hate you or whatever. Like, you're obviously welcome here. But I don't know. I just it's not for me. It's not for me anymore. You know what I mean? I think Destiny changed over time, also for the worse. Maybe it was a brief time that I paid attention to him, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. As a longtime fan, I think he may have just always been kind of how he is. Yeah, the Dan Crenshaw thing is funny. If you want to get views and you don't want to take dark money, then saying unhinged stuff about your opposition can speed things up. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I personally am not informed on both people fully. I get snippets from other reactions to them. Yeah, I've consumed way more Destiny content, but I've consumed a decent amount of Hassan content. Like, not recently, but like at least a couple of years ago, I watched, or like a year, maybe even a year ago, probably a couple of years ago now. Like I watched a lot of his like VODs and stuff, or whatever the clip channels would post on YouTube. I wasn't like super invested. I just thought it was like, I only stopped watching because it was kind of boring, to be honest. Like, I don't mind his commentary. It doesn't seem crazy. It doesn't seem like some insane radical who's insurging the Democratic Party and destroying America or whatever, who's like fundamentally illiberal. I feel like our values are like fairly aligned. I don't know.
We're talking about transparency people are demanding is a little ridiculous.
We're talking about like a 6-month cohort, right? And I want to ask Z to explain what a 501c4 is, but in a 6-month cohort, that's not in any way tied to someone's profession or like a long-term financial ties to help young creators get off the ground. And we keep on missing that point, the 501c4 designation. And it's actually crazy right now too, because the Trump IRS is going to be going after 501c3s and C4s that do work they don't like. So this is also putting them in the sights of the Trump admin, I'm sure. But can you explain, Z, a little bit about like how the C4 functions? Because I don't think people know.
Yeah, so I mean, the C4 basically can like legally engage directly with the campaign, whereas C3 cannot. So that's why a lot of people choose to do C4s, which makes sense. So this whole idea of just like, oh, we'll just get rid of them. Well, then you can't do like direct campaign work. So that's just that's an issue.
Hold on, wait. C4s?
C4s, yeah.
I thought the point.
They can engage in.
I thought the point of the C4s is the C4s have to be set up as like social welfare nonprofits, basically. So the advantage is that they can raise basically an infinite amount of money. A C4 and a C3 doesn't have to do FEC filings, and the C4s, the people that donate to them, if they get money from like a corporation, like a shell corporation, obviously those people don't have to do disclosures or whatever. But I thought the C4s were still. Are they allowed to do direct work by the campaigns? Is that only prohibited by the 527s or?
So C4s can, but and obviously people would have different reasons for setting them up, right? So like that's obviously going to be like a big reason why they might choose that. But as far as I'm aware, C4s can engage in political campaigns directly, whereby C3s cannot.
Gotcha. Okay, for the C4, is it they have the majority of their funding has to go to some social welfare thing, and then some other percentage can go directly for campaigns? Is that how I don't know what counts as like a social welfare thing?
It's not necessarily about that. It's just about like whether they can engage directly with the campaign or not. So how they split up the funding doesn't matter, but like a C3, you can't, for example, call a campaign manager on a campaign and say like, hey, we're going to go do this field program. Like you can't do that. But a C4, gotcha. Yeah. So a lot of people,
but they can't, they can't spend on electioneering, right? So they can't like say we're working on behalf of a campaign. So like if they do 60% work for the public good and then 40% work politically, they can put an ad out that says like, oh, I'm anti Elon Musk and his Doge department ripping apart the federal government. But they can't say I'm doing this on behalf of the Cory Booker campaign, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, basically. So like they can, for example, like if you had like a slate of candidates that you endorsed, right? And it was based on environmental justice, like all these candidates believe in some form of environmental justice. You're an environmental justice organization. You can still campaign on that behalf, right? Like you're allowed to do that, but you cannot directly coordinate with the campaigns.
501c4s have more political.
DSA, Normal, Sierra Club, Copyright Alliance, etc. Oh, those are 501c4s. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I don't know a lot about that, so that's why I'm just kind of absorbing this part. I don't know a lot about those specific things. I'm aware of DSA. I've heard of Normal and Sierra Club and Copyright. I think I heard of all of these while reading I knew a couple of them before, but I heard of all of these while reading through the Wired article earlier. Let's do Give me a breakdown of what the difference between a 501c4 and 501c3 is for dummies. The main difference is that 501c3 groups are for charities and donations are tax deductible, while 501c4 groups are for social welfare and can do more lobbying and political work. Okay. So 501c3, charities, nonprofits, these are organizations that set up for religious, charitable, scientific, or educational reasons, like food banks, museums, or animal shelters. Donations, if you give money to a 501c3, you can usually deduct that donation from your taxes. They can't support okay, so this is what they were talking about. They can't support political candidates or spend much on lobbying, trying to influence laws, like the Red Cross, Habitat for Humanity, and local churches. Then 501c4s are groups focused on promoting social welfare, like advocacy groups, community improvement, or public policy groups. If you donate, you cannot deduct it from your taxes. They can lobby and do political work, including supporting candidates, as long as it's not their main activity. Interesting. So like the NAACP and AACP, AARP, I don't know if that's AA or just AARP, and some local advocacy groups. So 501c3 or charity, tax deductible, little politics. 501c4, advocacy, not tax deductible, more politics allowed. Got it. What are you doing? You trying to get up there? You're not tall enough. Crazy dog. Pretty much if they endorse a candidate, then they're taxable. Okay. Well, there you go.
Political leeway because they're supposed to be primarily social welfare organizations, but they've argued that as long as their primary purpose is still social welfare, they can be engaged politically to the ends of furthering that social welfare cause.
Do we think that's bad?
No.
Does anyone think that's bad?
I got a spicy opinion. Maybe this will change things up. All right.
Well, I mean, I think there are things that can be bad about that, right? I feel like the issue is people get like really hung up on the dark money or the sourcing, but I feel like the issue is the fact that the C4 can raise an infinite amount of money, right? There's not like a contribution limit. And I think that's the issue that people have, right? So if I wanted to support, there's like a pro-vaccine candidate and an anti-vaxxer candidate, I'm FEC campaign contribution limited on donating to them, or like a 527 PAC. But if there was a C4, 501c4 company that was like, oh, we hate vaccines, I could raise $100 trillion with that and just spend on anti-vaccine messaging that's ostensibly or basically supporting one candidate. So I think that's like the weird thing about it, right? Is that you can raise basically an infinite amount of money for it.
But what is entirely negative about that? If a group of people want to get together and raise funds and pool their resources in order to advocate for a cause, why should there be a cap on that? If we have 100 million people in the United States that each want to give $1 to...
Why is Connor wearing a gas mask? What the fuck happened? Like a pack, would they exist and didn't Destiny do that or something? Was Progressive Victory? There was a whole thing about Progressive Victory. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the issues were there. I was just annoyed by all the discourse about it because nothing that I ever learned made me upset particularly. Liquid IV is a shot you take to eliminate the hangover after effect. Well, yeah, or they're just I have some in my cabinet, but they're just like hydration enhancers. Like they got like sodium in them. Like the whole idea is to make your drink like hydrate you more. Like so you can pour them in water and then you drink water and then you get more hydrated than you would if you just drank water instead of getting yeah. I like the they have the lemon lime one is actually like really good. I like Liquid IV actually. I'm a fan. Liquid IV. If you want to sponsor me. Yes, electrolytes. That's the one. I like electrolytes. That's why I like Smart Water. I like Smart Water. Yummy electrolytes. Smart Water is delicious. It's just expensive.
Vaccine awareness or something, right? And a cause that they believe in. Why should the government or the federal government step in and say, no, I don't think you can do that in this case?
I mean, I have a very good pushback against this, but I need to ask before I start going on the other side of this argument, is anyone here pro the article, or are we all on the same page?
Nah, fuck that.
I think we're all on this.
Okay, hold on.
Interesting. Okay.
I have a
We're just getting
question.
into
I have a question
Okay,
for the panel.
North and then Anne, because I know Anne, you've also been trying to speak a couple times. So North, go ahead.
Okay, so Course was like founded to fund specific types of content creators, like those that are more pro-democratic values. If a content creator stopped promoting those values, should it be okay for Chorus to essentially stop funding them or like threaten to stop funding them?
I mean, yeah.
Why not?
Anyone?
I think the answer is yes. I don't like it, but like yes, of course they have the right to do that. Like if they're like, hey, we like if you're supporting a project they're doing and then suddenly you stop supporting it, like yeah, I think it's reasonable for them to stop funding. Like it sucks. And again, there's the incentive that like you might be incentivized to like say that you still support that candidate even when you don't. And I don't know how I feel about that. But like at the end of the day, I mean like I feel like they're right to decide like who they want to fund based on like the conditions are that's their conditions, right? Dave, you crazy lefty. No, he's a crazy liberal. I'm the crazy lefty. He's the crazy liberal. But good to see you, KO Dave. Wonder if Wick did that by design. Oh, his flag being upside down? It's not upside down. It might be flipped. It's backwards because his camera does it. Don't call me a lefty. Look, yeah, I won't mistake you for a lefty. Someone else might. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take your beef bone. I'm gonna put in your ripped up piggy. Okay? I'm gonna give you a puzzle to solve here. All right? You put your bone in your piggy. Yeah, I know. Now he wants his bone and he wants his piggy, but what he wants more than anything is to get the bone out of the piggy. So he's gonna be busy. All right? You ready, you little piggy? Go ahead. The panel being on one side of the issue. Oh, maybe. Well, Wick didn't. It's not a Wick panel. It's It's Riley Grace Rochong, who I didn't know was back in the game. Welcome back, Riley. RGR. Famous for a debate with Demon Mama, I believe, where she argued that if you have a foot fetish or something and you don't wear shoes in public, you're what was all that? What was the argument there? Does anyone remember what I'm talking about? Oh man, she was crashing out pretty hard in that conversation, to my recollection. Wick had a panel has a panel on Thursday on Chorus. Interesting. Maybe we'll follow up if this one if I don't end it all in the middle of this one.
Disagree with that?
Because they're paying you the money to do a job, and if you don't do the job, if you quit the job, then why would they continue to pay you?
Well, the content creators, of course, are going out of their way to basically say Course is not funding us to push the party line or anything like that. So
yeah, they're actually not paying you to do a job. They're paying you because they're trying to prop up and spread progressive voices. But they're saying if you use this money to, denounce the people giving you money, you can talk about us, but if you're going to like completely subvert our entire political campaign, then we're going to stop funding you, which makes perfect sense.
I mean,
yeah, I guess
you pay them to continue to post.
Okay. Demon Mama, KO Dave says Demon Mama was a crazy person. I don't know about all that. I mean, like, Demon Mama had her flaws. And obviously, like, all the whatever drama it was that made her stop streaming. If she did she actually? I think she stopped streaming. I think she left the internet, right? I remember that being some pretty spicy, weird stuff. But, like, in general, I don't think her politics were that insane. I always found Demon Mama fairly reasonable. I always felt kind of gaslit by people who acted like she was really insane. But again, maybe I'm the insane radical at the end of the day. Maybe the reason that I don't see these people as saying insane radical things is because I myself am insanely radical. Or perhaps there's another solution, which could be that they weren't actually not that crazy. And that a lot of people around them were like asserting that they were crazy constantly and repeated talking points about how crazy they were, allegedly. Here's the thing. There has to be out clause for the organization in case they do something problematic, bigoted, racist, etc. However, we should still see if they kick people for viewpoints we agree with. Sure. It's been too long, I don't remember the particulars. Well, then why are you calling her a crazy person? You don't remember what made her crazy?
Okay.
But
that's
progressive.
Sorry, go ahead.
So like, technically, if you stop like being for them, they're not going to continue to fund you, and since they pay you the money, they have every right to take it away.
I feel like we've stumbled into the awkward conundrum that is like the 501c4 issue, right? Like what even counts as that? Like, because they're not paying you to make political content. I'm sure they explicitly say that in the contract. They have to because there would be like campaign contribution issues here. But they kind of are. Right? Like, if a boss fires somebody because the person is racist or sexist, oftentimes those firings aren't going to be the boss saying, I'm firing you because I'm racist. I'm firing you because I'm sexist, So it's like the way that these are all structured are kind of like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, but it's just like the legal tax / FEC system we live in right now.
A lot of the people
That's the strongest argument, though, right there. Yeah. So as an example, I think that somebody found a course creator who specifically was anti-Israel and made anti-Israel content and didn't get fired. But the indictment was, of course, that like, hey, there could be this soft pressure where you might notice that somebody says, oh, our values are no longer aligned, you're dismissed from this program. And then that becomes a soft pressure in order to quote unquote toe the party line. And that, that's obviously the difficulty with this creator incubator programs is you don't know who's going to be, you don't know who's going to be successful and who's going to be a dirtbag when you start. But that's where you have that awkward pressure of I want to do enough to earn my money, but I don't want to step out of line and then lose my contract, especially with smaller creators, right? Because bigger creators can basically do whatever the fuck they want because they have.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Growling Arachnid, to say shut up, Connor, but I also kind of agree with what he's saying. Like there is that soft pressure there, or like he's acknowledging like a real phenomenon that I was kind of exploring earlier when I was reading the article and considering like whether or not I would join into a program like this. Like we're talking about all the drawbacks. Yeah, he's impressing me right now. Because I remember my opinion of her, which isn't going to change just because she stopped streaming. Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, I hear you. I have like my opinions of people stick even long after I can recall the specifics of what formed those opinions. I understand.
They have enough money to be independent, but with smaller creators who are coming up, they're going to be more likely to be sympathetic to their donors' desires. That's the criticism right there.
It's not just small creators, though. They're also trying to build people from the ground up, right? So like these people might not even have a previous audience to like fall back on, like where they started.
The honest worry with this, just real quick,
But if you have creators who you want to make sure can support themselves, even if an organization like Chorus decides to pull their funding or to decide to not give funding, one awesome way to do that is by donating through super chats or Radical Coder channel memberships. Because, for example, I could be in this position, right? And you guys don't want me to be caught up in determining what I want to talk about or how I want to talk about things based on how some organization like Chorus, you don't want them orchestrating me. I don't want those puppet strings. So if you want to help protect me from the puppet strings, support the channel, super chats, memberships, etc. And you also, if you do that, yes, and buying Nuxus a membership, gifting memberships, you can also do if you already have one. You unlock all these amazing emotes, including the newly designed crying cloud emote, which we actually designed on this very stream tonight. We did it together as a group, collectively. It was a good community building exercise. Am I pro or anti-Chorus? I don't know that I have such a staunch position in either direction. I am suspicious of it from based on what I read in the article, but I'm hearing on this panel from people I'm hearing some good arguments. I'm undecided. I am undecided. I don't know that I would join an organization like Chorus because of some of the drawbacks. Yeah, I know. We're gonna make the cloud bigger later, but this is what we have for now. Also, that's what she said. Connor, Wick, Destiny were all in PV. Yeah, but I don't care about that. Yeah, like Care Dave said. So So, and problem. I don't think PV was like a bad thing. So I don't know. I'm not sold on that being a thing. You're saying this panel's compromised? Yeah, I mean, this panel needs more people on the far left in the soy pill and to the left of that area. But like, I don't know. Umbreon. No, sir.
Honest criticism is that people worry that if you are getting paid by these groups, that you are incentivized not to change your position, even though you might change your position naturally, and that it will stick you in. You say, I can't say anything negative.
Yo, Glenn Lawrence presents with the raid. Shout out Glenn. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate you, buddy. Hope you guys had a good stream. Welcome, Glenn Raiders. Welcome. Make sure you subscribe to the channel on your way in if you're new here. Like the stream. We're currently covering the recent drama regarding alleged dark money influencing progressive politics. Welcome, Smoking Spaceman. Yeah, we read the Wired article written by Taylor Lorenz. Umbreon is absolutely miserable about this. Come here. Show everyone how sad you are. Look how sad he is. Umbreon is very, very sad. Very, very sad about dark money in politics. I'm of mixed feelings. I'm not fully decided if I think it's really that big a deal. I think it's suboptimal. Long story short, I don't love it. I don't love dark money in politics. I'm not a big dark money fan in general. Good to see you, Michelle. Look at that. You still have a wrench here. Good to see you. I don't love dark money, but also I am not naive to the fact that the Republicans have been engaging in what some might tongue-in-cheekily call gay ops. Or like the Republicans have been funneling dark money into the independent media sphere for decades. And I am not super upset if some progressives get a piece of the cake. Yes, we're watching a panel. Hey, Mr. We're watching a panel about the chorus group. Okay, I'm Brown. Okay. I'll put you down. You want to go? You want to run around and play with the kitties? Here. Go, live your life. The Republicans have been engaged in darker money, way darker money, including Russian money, by the way, a lot of Russian money. Yeah. Michelle is an OG mod of mine. Michelle's been a mod here for ages. I'm not saying I have a problem with Chorus, Growling Arachnid. I said I don't know that I'm anti-Chorus. What I was saying is I don't know if I would take money from them. But it's not like, I don't even know if it's like a fundamentally principled stance. Like, there are things about it that go against my principles to some degree. But a lot of it's more like pragmatic. Like, I wouldn't want the conditions that they would put on me as a creator. Like, I just don't think I would be able to live up to them, like, practically. I'm so sorry, sir. I am so sorry. I really am his slave, right? I just run up and down for him all day. Umbreon, dark money could get you so many treats. I'm just saying. Other ways besides dark money. What conditions? Okay, this is assuming all the stuff, because I've heard people critique this article, but I haven't heard the specific critiques. But things like not being able to reveal, like not being able to tell anyone that you are involved with Chorus, I don't like that on its face. I don't like the idea that I couldn't support a candidate outside of their endorsements without like running it through them. I don't love that kind of stuff. What's up, Tristan Thomas? Just those two are like the biggest ones that come to mind. There's other stuff, but yeah, I don't like hate. I don't hate dark money. In that, I don't know. I don't like the idea that there's dark money funding people and changing opinions about things and sending narratives. But what I don't care about is progressives getting a slice of that pie and continuing to preach values that I already care. And in fact, I also don't care if there are people espousing progressive messages who are only doing so because they're getting paid to do it. I don't really care about that, to be honest. I don't care if we get some. I want it to be literally none of the claims in this article is true. Is that true? If that's, again, like, I don't know if that's the case. All we did, we just read the article on stream a little bit before watching this panel. Soy Pill was saying on this, the RGR panel we're watching right now, that he has some evidence that a lot of it's false. I trust Latavian's judgment generally. But again, it's like, there's something. Anyway, if the specific things that I have concerns with are bullshit, I don't know if I care. Check out the creators' responses to the claims. Sure. Turns out they're grift. Oh yeah, good to see you, Mike Ball. Good to see y'all. Thanks for all hanging out. Look at that. I think we should do our own independent research. Yeah, I agree. I'm just watching this discussion about it because it seems like a lot of these people on the panel have already dug into it a lot and have. What are you even trying to get to? Oh, I see. Oh, look at this. His Oscar Mayer wiener bag. I forgot about this. Is this what you want? That's so distracting. Go get it. You should message them. I don't know. This article is absolutely complete bullshit, extreme bullshit. Really. Like, okay. Here's my issue with that claim. I like Wired in general. Why is this? Why did Wired staff sign off on this? If it's all bullshit. The wiener for the wiener, exactly. We also have a Glizzy. He's gonna be real mad when I don't give him this. This is his Glizzy. This is his favorite thing in the world, dude. Okay, fine. He's gonna rip that thing apart. There's gonna be cotton everywhere. The stuffing goes crazy. Nobody was told they couldn't talk about it. Chorus and many of the paid people openly talked about the affiliations and payments for months and months. Interesting. Send a membership link. The membership is the join button. Let me see. Wired is funded by whom? I don't know. Does he hump it? No, he doesn't actually. Surprisingly. He tries to hump the cats, though. We have to stop him. They only stick to the main topic for the first 30 to 40 minutes, really? Maybe we won't watch the rest of this. Nuxus, if you're asking for a Radical Coder membership link, let me see if I can find that. Wired allows guest writers such as Taylor Lorenz, and Taylor isn't known to be a complete hack by all people, but I agree that Wired should probably explain why they allowed this article to go through. Yeah, I'm very curious about that, especially if there's as much direct flaws with it as people seem to be implying. Here, I'm gonna drop. I got you, Nuxus. Here, this link. This link should take you to the Radical Coder membership page. I just assumed they just believed Lorenz and her sources and her analysis reporting, and everything seemed fine at first glance. Well, it was published a week ago, and there's not like any major retraction. I feel like there's, I don't know. I'm okay. Whenever I hear Taylor Lorenz's name, I get like yellow flags at least, where I'm like a little suspicious. It was updated a few times. Interesting. The author of the article is paid by the same organization funding Chorus? That's very interesting, Tristan. So Taylor Lorenz is also funded by Chorus, and yet she's putting out a hit piece on Chorus. Did she have like some... you should go through Loner Box's Obsidian notes on the topic. He did a great job breaking it down. Do you have a link? I would love to read that. 8,000 a month. It was up to 8,000 a month, right? So like most creators, like if they were funding Radical Coder, they probably would not be spending $8,000 a month on it. Like I don't think I would get $8,000 a month. Mr. Mister says, I'm right-leaning, but I want you guys to have good candidates. You guys need real economic candidates. Yeah, sure. I also want good candidates on the left. I agree with you there. The article is what true? It said, oh wait, let's see. The whole claim about having to clear any interview you get with a politician with chorus first is total bunk. Interesting. I get to the page, I'll send you a screenshot. Oh man. Brian said Lorenz was getting 8K a month. Oh, she was getting the 8K a month. Through the same funding channel. Interesting. Funded by one of the funders of the group behind Chorus, not funded by the same group behind. Interesting. Okay. Curious. Yeah, I hear on an iPhone, I don't know why, but I also have the issue where on an iPhone I don't have the membership button. You might be able to, I wonder if you open up the stream in a browser, in like Chrome or Safari or whatever, and you log in to, you're like logged into YouTube there. I want to help out Nuxus if he's trying to give me money. You know what I'm saying, guys? Like, let's assist our friend here who is being very gracious and putting in the time to figure out how to give me money. The membership stuff doesn't seem to like to work for iPhone users. I can't do gift memberships on my phone, but I can on Android. Interesting, yeah. At this point, Taylor Lorenz probably should throw up red flags. Maybe. Again, I'm just saying my personal feelings. It's yellow flags right now. There may be orange flags, but again, it's just like that's kind of an emotional response. Thank you, Latavian. Like, I don't know that I have an informed enough opinion on her like entire history and stuff to say that. So that's the only reason I'm putting all these caveats here. Let's see. Taylor Lorenz Dark Money article. Shout out Lonerbox. We are going to cover your Obsidian article. Absolutely beautiful. This looks clean. What is dark money? Oxford Languages says funds raised for the purpose of influencing elections by nonprofit organizations that are not required to disclose the identities of their donors. Okay, so that already, like, I'm not really that terrified of that. I don't like it. I want to know where money's coming from. I would prefer to know where money's coming from, but I don't think it's the end of the world if I don't. Just reminding you, we debated on the SCOTUS ruling on injunctions on... Oh, Tristan. Oh, okay. Yeah. I remember who you are. Thanks for being here, buddy. Let's see. This seems to be the definition used by Taylor, as 1630 is also a nonprofit and therefore not required to disclose their donors. When you say we debated, you mean that you guys debated it and I kind of observed. I was like a live viewer in that panel. I didn't talk very much. Great to see you, Kissy Cat. Umbreon is he's having fun with his wiener right now. He's destroying this thing. Here, come here. Ugh. But since we got Kissy Cat, we gotta show off Umbreon. It's protocol. He's pissed. Okay, go back and play with your glizzy. You want the glizzy? Crazy dog, dude. Shut up, Nightbot. Don't worry about Nightbot, guys. Nightbot has no power here. That's I call my apple a banana, they suck doodles. Yeah, I don't know. But maybe Safari. Otherwise, yeah. We also accept super chats, and maybe if we super chat, that might encourage someone else to gift memberships. You never know. A crying dog emoji seems fitting. Yeah, it actually really does. Thank you, Michelle, for knocking Nightbot out. Appreciate that. Okay. Let's keep learning from Lonerbox. Who is this Lorenz person? She's a journalist. Taylor Lorenz. Question, is dark money as defined above inherently bad? I would say no. It's suboptimal. it has a lot of issues, but okay. For example, a Muslim group that opposes the Trump administration might want to register as a nonprofit because a public list of Muslim donors to such an organization might risk putting a target on people's backs. That is interesting. That's a really interesting point, actually. Oh, Kissy Cat with the 10 gifted memberships. All right, Kissy Cat. Major W. Everyone say W, Kissy Cat. Look at that. Yes, thank you for that, Nuxus, by the way. Look at that. And just miss Nuxus, though. But yeah, thank you so much, Kissy Cat. Let's see. We got Growling Arachnid got a membership. Steelman got a membership. Not That Christine. Short Stack Goblin got one. 10th Man got a membership. Dean Jacobs got a membership. JS Urban Adventures got one. Mike Ball says W Cat, but he was missed, unfortunately. Groovy Cakes got a membership. K Zach, welcome. And The Raging Tomato got a gifted membership as well. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kissy Cat. Appreciate you. Yes, thank you. Thank you for the support. But yeah, this is a great point about dark money. So like we would not, I would in fact not want a public list of Muslim donors to such an organization available for the Trump administration. I think that would be concerning. So I can understand. I can understand that. But again, it's like in a perfect world, wouldn't it be great if we could see where all funding comes from all the time? Like that would be preferable. Let's see. There can be an argument for creators disclosing their relationship with Chorus. It seems many of them already did. Interesting. But should they also be obligated to announce who funds their funders? If so, why? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't put this on the creators personally. I'm not, or like at least that thing specifically, like being able to announce who funds their funders. Like I don't think that is something that the creator should be obligated to manage. Like again, like when it comes down to like let's say I have a few like Oilers and let's say Kissy Cat, like let's say Kissy Cat, who funds a lot of people in the space in many ways, who supports the space, and we love Kissy Cat. She donates a lot of money to these spaces, right? Like, should I? Like, I don't feel like I have any obligation to like announce or like speak to my audience about I don't know. I assume that Kissy Cat just makes good money. I don't know that much about her. I don't know her personal life. Like, I guess the difference is that like she's not like, what if she stopped supporting because I supported some political candidate she didn't like, right? Like that could happen. People do stuff like that. You know, I don't know. I think there's some comparisons to like general donors that I think make a lot of this fall through, especially for the people getting on the much smaller end of the cash. Can we rewind to what you said when Tim Pool got money from Russia? Well, he kind of did, right? Like, let's see. What I read was the Tenet Media. Okay, here. The structure of the program highlights the vast differences between how Democrats and Republicans attempt to amass online influence. Republicans have spent decades building up a powerful independent media ecosystem, though the right-wing influencer world is far from transparent. In September 2024, a federal indictment alleged that the Russian state-sponsored network RT was covertly providing millions in funding to Tenet Media, a company working with major right-wing influencers including Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. So yeah, you're right, Latavian. And I actually do use Obsidian. I've been a long-time Obsidian user, long before anyone else in the space, frankly. I'm a big fan. Yeah, the lurkers are found. Yeah. Yeah, so there you go, Mr. Bill. That's is a federal indictment. It's not me. Not me. It was a federal indictment. That's why I personally call Tim Pool commentator number 2, because that's what he is listed as in the indictment. So yeah, there's that. You seem to have a different take now. I believe you said he should have said where his money was coming from, but now the left influencers don't have to say where they get money from. Oh, I don't. Okay, hang on. Slow down, Mr. Bill. There is a major difference between getting funding from a foreign entity, from a foreign government, and not disclosing that to the federal government than there is other Americans giving money to other Americans. Like there's a pretty big difference there, right? I don't care that Tim Pool was getting a lot of money. I don't even necessarily care that he was getting a lot of money to do Russian propaganda. But he was getting that money from the fucking Russian government. Like, there are plenty of people who do Russian propaganda. I like it. I dislike it for different reasons, rather. Like, there are plenty of people who do Russian propaganda for way less, who don't get directly funded by the Russian government, right? And I don't like that they do that. But they're not breaking the law. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know, Nuxus. Let's see. I want to be clear, Benny Johnson is a spineless, backstabbing POS. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, everything I've heard about him seems to align with that. Radical Coder, you have a misunderstanding of the Tenet Media stuff. The idea was that they didn't know it was from Russia. Sure. That's their claim, right? They say they didn't know it was from Russia. Yeah, I mean, like, if they genuinely didn't know, then, like, again, I would just be upset with them for spreading the propaganda, the lies that they already have the resources to know are lies, right? So it's like if Tim actually was a victim in this, which he alleges, right? That's Tim's narrative of it. If Tim if he actually was a victim, then that's what happened, right? But like he was still spreading Russian propaganda, and he has all the resources to know that he was spreading Russian propaganda. And anyone who watched the show and was aware of the Russian narrative on all the topics that he talked about could probably be like, why is this guy spreading so much Russian propaganda? And then it turns out that he's being funded by Russia. Yeah, Chen definitely knew. Yeah. There was I remember hearing stuff from the indictment that talks about how she actually knew. Hypocrisy of Ryan proven again. Yeah, absolutely blowing the fuck out. I guess I'm destroyed. Tenet Media was Lauren Chen's org. Tenet Media received funding from the Russian government, but that was obscured through fake identities to Tenet Media. The problem was that the amount of money... Let's see what the next part is. That they were paying the Tenet Media creators for the amount of content they had was insanely out of common sense, and they should have absolutely thought this was sketchy AF. Yeah, sure. I agree. But again, like I would critique them independently of getting Russian money for doing Russian propaganda, or especially since they are like a huge channel, one of the biggest like they were like one of the biggest podcasts in America for a while, which is a terrifying thought. And so they obviously have all the resources to figure out like whether or not they are just promoting blatant Russian propaganda. And when it turns out that they were doing that, and they were doing it, and they were getting paid by the Russian government indirectly, and even perhaps without knowing. I mean, it's still a pretty bad look. Pretty bad look. I dropped the rabbit hole about Taylor allegedly taking dark money and her response in general. Yeah, I saw you post something from Jessica Burbank. I love her, so we'll have to check that out. All right. Well, let's keep digging into Loner Box's stuff here. So, 501c nonprofit organizations exempt from some federal income taxes. 501c3 public charity can't support or oppose candidates for elected public office. Must only engage in nonpartisan activity. Financial information is publicly accessible. C4 social welfare can engage in some partisan activity, but this can't be their primary purpose. We learned a little bit about this earlier. Unlimited ability to lobby for or oppose legislation or support or oppose ballot measures. Can, unlike C3s, distribute voter guides that compare candidates on issues important to the org. That's interesting. They can conduct voter registration activities based on party affiliation. They can endorse candidates. They can fund independent expenditures in support of or opposition to a candidate. And they can make campaign contributions prohibited for federal candidates, permissible in some states. A PAC raises or spends more than $1,000 to influence the outcome of a federal election in the calendar year. It's required to register with the FEC. It can accept up to $5,000 per person per year. It cannot accept union or corporate treasury funds. Multi-candidate PACs can contribute up to $5,000 per election to a candidate and $15,000 to a party committee. No limit on the aggregate amount it can contribute. A super PAC, unlike a regular PAC, a super PAC has sour cream and tomatoes. Oh wait, no, that's not what it says. Can accept unlimited contributions from any non-foreign source, including union and corporate treasury funds. It may not contribute directly to a candidate and may not coordinate with a candidate in making its expenditures. It must be publicly disclosed on the FEC website. Now, quote-unquote, dark money group, the 501c4 or C6, sometimes referred to as the issue advocacy groups, can accept unlimited contributions from any source, not required to publicly disclose donors, can engage in candidate election-related activities, but this cannot be their primary activity. Generally understood that it cannot spend more than 50% of its funds on electioneering. Can't contribute directly to a candidate, but can contribute unlimited amounts to a super PAC, which is supporting a candidate. So now the 1630 fund is a nonprofit, so they're not required to disclose donors. Partial disclosures in 2020, Omadire's 501c4 contributed $45 million to Civic Action Fund, a project of 1630. According to Taylor, it supports issues such as economic equity, affordable healthcare, climate solutions, racial justice, voter access, and other essential social change goals. In 2018, provided $141 million to over 100 left-leaning causes. In 2020, they distributed over $400 million in efforts to unseat then-President Donald Trump and Republican state or Senate majority. Oh, hang on. Did I do... Okay, I did. I thought for a second I hadn't done my Duolingo for the day, and it was almost midnight. But we're safe. Don't worry, guys. I already did my Duolingo. We're good. We're Gucci. I've been working on the math one again, just because it's fun. Does a person's geographic location mean anything in the age of the internet which transcends time zones and distance? Less than it ever did, perhaps, if it ever meant anything. Definitely changes things. It affects them more. What? Are you already crying? What's your issue now? You just coated my room. You guys can't see this, but my room is covered in fuzz right now. Like, there's cotton everywhere that he ripped out the guts of the hot dog. It's bleeding out. The bleeding glizzy. You're a monster. You know that? He's got this shit-eating grin on his face. Go get it. Little psycho. It's cannibalism. Wiener eating a wiener. Let's see. Okay, Civic Action Fund, project of the 1630 Fund, voter mobilization group, operated in 2020 in 12 battleground states with the goal of getting low propensity voters to become lifelong voters, according to Influence Watch. Received $45 million from Omadire's 501c4. What am I supposed to... I'm sorry. I'm like boring myself to death right now. Okay, here. Let's get to the Taylor's article stuff. So, claim secrecy. Subheading states that creators have to keep their relationship with Chorus a secret. So this was, I've repeated all throughout the stream. That's been like one of my issues with Chorus, if that's what they did. Did I unalive the chat? Yeah, you scared everyone off, Mr. Bill. But I think we're getting into the meat and potatoes of it now, so this should be a little bit more interesting. Another claim is that creators are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all, and that creators had to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. Forbids creators from disclosing the identity of any funder. So these are the claims. Response: several creators have openly shown their connections to Chorus in the past 9 months, or even featured on their website. The idea that creators had to keep their relationship a secret is plainly false. Some examples below. Apparently, we have a Chorus newsroom event on Instagram tagging Brian Tyler Cohen, Politics Girl, Booker Squared, the Zactivist, and Adam Mockler. Booker Squared has Chorus listed on her Linktree. Chorus forum on YouTube featuring Politics Girl, Adam Mockler, BTC, Booker Squared, and others. What's up, Vikram? Hey, Ryan, I disagree with you, so I think you should fly me to Florida, ideally Miami, so we can get into a boxing fight, and buy me a return ticket a few days later and Disney World Pass also. You know what, Vic? If I could afford it, I would do everything you just said. If I had the money, I would even do the boxing match with you. And I'm a lover, not a fighter. But I would box Vic for fun, for fun and content. He'd probably fucking destroy me. Like Vic works out like crazy, and I only work out mildly. So that'd probably be rough. Probably hits a lot harder than me. We'd have to glove up. But also I can't afford it. So hey, if you guys want me to be able to do crazy shit like fly random people out, although Vic's not exactly a random person, he's been a friend of the channel for a long time and friend of me for a long time. If you want me to be able to fly random people out and box them and take them to Disney World and stream all of it, you know how to do it. Support the stream, super chats, memberships, much like Kissy Cat did with the 10 gifted memberships. Shout out Kissy Cat. We love her here. Thank you so much again for that. Anyway, response. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Chorus forum on YouTube featuring Politics Girl, Adam Mockler, BTC. Where does that one? As for the Creator Incubator program, Chorus advertised this on Instagram on November 19th. He's proud he killed a predator to save you. Thank you, Umbreon. Thank you for saving me. No. He's got fuzz. He's got his mouth. He's got all the fuzz in his mouth. Little freak. You're a little freak. Let me see you. I need to pull the fuzz out of your mouth. You can't eat that. Dude, it's crazy. This is a mess. You've done a massacre here, sir. Lobro was flossing. Vic, he'll fly you out for 100 gifted subs. Hey, wouldn't hurt. Wouldn't hurt. Would be pretty dope. There's also a Pac-Man vid from November 2024, which scrolls past the Chorus website, showing pictures of numerous affiliated creators. Claim content restrictions. Creators have to agree to. So hang on. Okay, let's evaluate this a little bit. Let's be a little bit more critical of boner locks. All right. So it's saying subheading states that creators have to keep their relationship with Chorus a secret, and we have examples here of Chorus in multiple cases announcing people that are like identifying people they're working with. Booker Squared having Chorus listed in her Linktree. The Creator Incubator program, that Chorus again, it's Chorus advertising it. And Pac-Man vid, he scrolls past the Chorus website. This is not a very strong. Am I crazy? This is not a very strong response to these claims. Right? Like, none of this has anything to do with creators disclosing the identity of funders, or looping Chorus in on any independently organized engagements with government officials or political leaders. The only one that it pokes at is creators being allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 fund. But even that is a little bit like, does any of this actually break that? I don't know. It's a tit for tat thing to get back at Tenet Media. What do you mean by that exactly? What are you even trying to get at? What are you even looking at up there? There's nothing up here for you. Come here. You're spaz. You're just a little wiener dog. You know that? But am I? Can someone? I need someone to help me make sure I'm not like just like totally confused here. Like I don't understand why. I need some loaner box defenders. Okay. It says claim of secrecy, and it's saying that creators have to keep their relationship with Chorus a secret. They're not allowed to disclose their relationship. That they had to loop Chorus in on any independently organized engagements, and they forbid creators from disclosing the identity of any funder. And the only one of those that seems to be poked at here is them keeping their relationship a secret. Okay, we got Latavian. There are many, many creators who have been open about Chorus affiliations on their end, but the idea is if Chorus was wanting funded creators to be secret, they wouldn't be openly advertising creators. Well, but isn't it possible that they were more like they were secretive about the project more broadly, but they were like, hey, we are working with these creators. It doesn't mean that doesn't mean they're being funded by, it doesn't mean those creators are being funded by Chorus, right? Like it's, I don't know. I don't know. Look, my biggest critique is that Chorus never reached out to me. But like, I'm just saying this doesn't feel like it's responding to these claims. That's all I'm saying. I guess the secret thing being false. No, they were very open about the entire program the entire time. Okay. I'm just saying, this doesn't show that though. Like this response, these paragraphs here don't really, they don't really communicate that. Relax. You're driving me crazy. I'm gonna have to get a new dog, guys. Did you look at the new Republican debt website the Libs released? This is what they should be doing. Economic focus, not this crapola. I haven't seen it. Can you tell me what to look for to find that? Yeah, ugh, Russia. There's an Andrew Wilson 5K grift every day. Do controversial things on panels. True. Okay. I'll keep reading. I'm just saying that one didn't help. Claim. Content restrictions. Creators have to agree to restrictions on their content. Contract gave Chorus the ability to force creators to remove or correct content based solely on organization discretion if that content was made at a Chorus organized event. See, even that initially, like that doesn't sound as big a deal. If it's made at a Chorus organized event, then I don't really care as much about that already. But quoted in Taylor's article, Don Hayter, chief executive for Marcula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara, says if the contract for getting money from a particular interest group says you can't disclose it, then it's pretty simple. You can't take the money. Yeah, and I pushed back on this a little bit when I was reading the article initially. Stop it. Creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Quotes an unnamed creator who declined the contract. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. Fair enough. Response. The section about having to funnel all bookings with lawmakers is directly contradicted by Alley 202's contract, which simply asks for disclosure, not funneling, on engagements relating to the Chorus newsroom. It is absurd to believe that every independent engagement between creators and government officials or others would have to be micromanaged by the Chorus newsroom. It should be absurd. And if Alley 202's contract, whoever that is, says otherwise, or just asks for disclosure, that's a good sign. That means that there are probably a lot of other people who have that contract, right? Because it was a whole like take it or leave it thing. It's all for eyeballs and brain matter to focus on nonsense articles. Let's see. Taylor's use of the word funnel and source suggesting that if they got an interview with Zoran, they would have to give that to Chorus is misleading. I also that did set off some flags when I was reading as well. It appears the contract is asking creators to disclose engagements with government officials on topics related to the policy agenda. When showing this section of the contract, Alley 202 explains that this is simply to inform other creators that X politician is open to booking. Interesting. That's a very different implication. That's definitely a very different implication. In Booker Squared's response, she corroborates Allie's assertion that Chorus isn't looped in on who she's talking to 9 out of 10 times. Okay. Good sign so far. Good signs for Chorus, bad signs for Taylor Lorenz. Most crimes are committed online nowadays. That's true. Also, welcome to the stream, Catherine MC. Great to see you. Unfortunately, you, Mr. KO Dave, Lataviant, Nuxus as well, all missed out on the gifted subs that came from our favorite Kissy Cat. Hopefully, someone else joins and gifts more subs, or more memberships rather. I'm not on Twitch. I haven't been on Twitch in a long time. Although, with your support, I can start multi-streaming to Twitch and Kick and whatever else. That would be quite nice to do. I feel like there's a lot of audience expansion that I would have access to by doing stuff like that. So, something to think about. Let's see. Okay, so response. The claim of predatory contract. So this was, again, something that I was unsure. I was like, I don't want it to be... I was like, if they went after me, I would have concerns. I would have concerns because I'm a small creator, right? Very small creator who is right now begging my tiny audience for money. And so if some organization comes up and they're like, we'll give you a bunch of money, you just got to do X, Y, and Z. I'd be like, well, oh shit, maybe I'll do X, Y, and Z. Like I could use the cash, you know? But anyway, let's explore this. At least one cohort specifically told they could not have their lawyers redline the contract. Yeah, I read that. But yeah, so before I read the response, that again doesn't necessarily mean anything terrible. Like if they're not it just means they're like, we have a contract. We're not changing that contract for individual creators. We just have a standard contract that we have with each creator. That's what that sounds like to me, which is a reasonable thing to do, right? Although ideally they might be able to if they have the resources, then it would be nice if they would do kind of more customized customized contracts for individual people depending on their requirements or whatever. But let's see. Response, in Ali 202's video, she directly implies that people have lawyers and managers to help them navigate the contract. She makes no mention of any prohibition on redlining from the lawyers. Interesting. But redlining from the lawyers would specifically be like changing the contract, right? Like that was what we maybe I'm misremembering that. Taylor's own article quotes creators in a group chat talking about suggesting changes to the contract. One says, are we just going to send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Oh, interesting. That's what that was in reference to. Or interesting if that's what that was in reference to. Another referring to a revised chorus contract, and another complaining that the vibe I got from their email was that there would be minimal, if any, changes. So that there are some potential changes. Okay, so that is contradictory. It appears that some people were allowed to redline the contract, and at least one revision was made. Given that this is a particularly strong claim, it seems odd that only one cohort was willing to mention it. It also seems odd that there's contradictions in the article. That's actually a really good point. All right, boner locks, loner box. This is better. This is better points. Better points. I'm with you right now. Claim dark money. The claim is Chorus is funded by the 1630 Fund, a powerful liberal dark money group, which is such a kind of a funny statement. But anyway, at no point does Taylor clearly define what she means by dark money. She does quote Graham Wilson, a lawyer working with Chorus, who states that one advantage of using a nonprofit is that it avoids a lot of the public disclosure or public disclaimers. However, it is interesting that this would meet her bar for dark money because the Omidyar Network, which pays her $8,000 a month, as part of their $8,000 per month, as part of their Reporters in Residence program, admits that their project is at least partly funded through an LLC, which also doesn't require public disclosure. Is this something that Taylor is public about? Just out of curiosity, does anyone know? I would be curious if Taylor is public about this. Claim paid to toe the line. Subheading strongly implies that creators are paid specifically to uncritically support the Democratic Party. What's up, Josh? Dark money is any money earned when it's dark outside or when the lights are off in the room you're in. That's true. That's true. Sorry. So subheading strongly implies that creators are paid specifically to uncritically support the Democratic Party. Chorus offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. That's allegedly. Response. At least 2 of the creators who responded have a history of criticizing Democrats, like Ali202 in particular, who has regularly attacked the Democratic Party since working with Chorus, particularly over their stances on Gaza. To say they were paid to push the party line is simply false. Okay. Oh. Push the party line. Well, okay, I'm sorry. When I hear push the party line, I don't view it as necessarily nefarious. I can see compatibility between pushing the party line, as in like pushing the general interest and general steering people towards the policies of the Democratic Party, and still being vaguely critical, still like opposing them on specific issues like Gaza and stuff like that. But that may just be like a semantic disagreement. Let's see. Okay, those filthy photographers funneling dark money into the economy. So true. We got to stop photographers. More AI-generated art, okay? More AI-generated photography. We got to eliminate the photography industry immediately. Replace it with AI generation. That's my mission here. Okay. So yeah, this to say that they were paid to push the party line is simply false. Again, this really depends on how strong of a statement you mean by push the party line. I as someone who would want like Democrats to win elections, I feel like I would be pushing the party line by supporting those candidates and by arguing for them and stuff. But I understand that they're suggesting that if you don't toe the line, then there will be consequences, right? And they're saying Ali202 in particular did not toe the line, as they put it, and actually attacked the Democratic Party, particularly on their stance on Gaza, which, okay, fair enough. John Favreau on X posted this, and Hassan responded. Let's see, what is Lazan saying? Media cannot be played. Oh, I have to relaunch. Sorry, hang on. Lazan saying? Oh no, I can hear myself.
Oh my god, I hate that the story is like. Did Pod Save America take dark money? Oh my god,
you guys cannot see what's happening here. I don't think. Well, maybe you can. Maybe I can't see what's happening here. Okay, you can. Okay.
Hate that the story is like still. I'll be honest. I'm fucking annoyed that like the whole Wired magazine article has, like the Wired magazine article was not like as big of a explosive bombshell as like how annoying the backlash has been to just regular ass, normal ass journalism from liberals. It's been incredibly disappointing to watch a bunch of people just like actively attack the person who wrote the article rather than like the actual information that's in the article. Like people have figured out that you don't have to say fake news to Wired magazine, which you like, right? If you're a liberal, you like Wired magazine, you respect their reporting, but instead of like attacking Wired magazine or coming across like you're saying fake news in the same way that like MAGA does when there's an article that they don't appreciate, you can just simply say, well, the journalist is bad.
Okay. I know this isn't finished, but like this, the main claim here, the Wired magazine article was not as big as an explosive bombshell as how annoying the backlash has been to regular journalism from liberals. I don't feel like the article. I kind of agree with this sentiment based on everything. I mean, okay, there's critiques. I see the critiques from Lonerbox, and I respect these clarifications and stuff. And I think I would say that some like I take issue with some of the framing here, but a lot of it's like borderline like submit. I don't think the article was like. For me, the article is very. I mean, it frames it badly, right? It frames Chorus in a bad light. Don't get me wrong. Obviously it does. Obviously it's saying that they're dark money. It's very scary sounding. But like the substance of this article is not that crazy to me. It's not that, like, and a lot of it does seem to still be accurate. It's just like the fallout of it seems to be way overblown from regardless. Like I don't care if people take money from Chorus. I don't care if people take money from Chorus. I read this article. If everything here was true, if every single thing in this article was true, which we have reason to believe that at least some of it's not. If everything in this article was true, I would still not care if people were taking money from Chorus. You know what I mean? Enjoy your donut, Nuxus. Thank you. Thank you for doing that for us. He's just strawmanning the entire response from liberals. No, Ryan. What am I wrong about? What's wrong with my take here? Elaborate. Like, my biggest issue with this article, so like when I was reading it, my biggest concern was like, as a creator, I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm not sure if I would take money. I don't know. I don't want to be in whatever position. Josh says, I literally could not give a single fuck if Democrats are paying Democrats to continue to push their beliefs. That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm at. I don't care. I don't care. Why should I care? You've been reading a thorough debunking of this article and you're okay with Hassan's take. I don't get it. A thorough debunking? Okay. Hang on. I don't know for sure that I'm reading a thorough debunking. I'm reading information from Lonerbox that seems to contend with many points in the article. Reasonably so. And there seem to be some issues that I'm agreeing with, right? As I'm going through this, I'm like, oh, that's a critique that I would share. But most of the claims that I've been very skeptical of in Lonerbox's piece here are the ones where they say that's patently false or that's just not true. Like, it doesn't seem like Taylor's reporting is necessarily like full of lies, like it's being framed. I don't know that I've gotten that impression. It doesn't seem like it's full of lies. It seems like there's some stuff that's spun in a particular way that I don't love, and that there's good reason to argue about. But I feel like we're saying a little much to say I like the framing of thorough debunking. I don't know. I'm reading something that's framed as a thorough debunk of this article. I don't know if it is a thorough debunk of the article. Debunking or discussion on the subject with multiple data sources to learn from. That's what I feel like I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to do. That's my goal here. I'm not interested in debunking debunks. I don't care about debunks here. I'm trying to understand the scenario, trying to understand the landscape. Chorus paid people secretly and forced them not to disclose their affiliation. Is that a direct quote or is that your summary? Keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. And we have reason to believe they didn't agree to restrictions because there was someone who reported on Gaza in a way that the Democrat Party wouldn't align with. And we have reason to believe it wasn't secret because of multiple examples of Chorus publishing about it, right? I don't know. That's what the article... No, that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's close to what the article said. I'll give you that. It's close. It's pretty close. It's not the worst summary of the article. The entire main points are not true. I would say there is reason to believe that those main points are extremely contentious. Okay? That's where I'm at. Right now, based on everything I read, that's where I fall right now. There's reason to believe those main points are extremely contentious. I don't know I'm not convinced that it's all not true yet. It could be. This article was thoroughly debunked hit piece against a liberal effort to build creators up in an attempt to strengthen the online left's footing. Of course, Taylor Lorenz deserves criticism over it. Thoroughly debunked hit piece against a liberal effort to build creators up in an attempt to strengthen the online left's footing. I mean, I have no issue with criticizing Taylor's journalism. Like I said, I think there's stuff here that's worth contention. But I feel like I've heard a lot about this recently, and like I got the impression that Taylor Lorenz was doing some really, really dishonest work here, and that may be the case. I don't know. I'm maybe I'm fence sitting. I don't know. Maybe I'm being stubborn. I'm not sure. I'm processing this information alongside all of you, and my bullheadedness may be making me be a little bit more fence city. It's possible. I don't know if that's really what's happening right now. Radical Coder, you're basing your analysis on the article's claims, initial evidence being debunked or highly contentious, but then defaulting to ways that Taylor Lorenz could maybe still be true. What evidence has she presented that lives up to the claims and the counterclaims? Well, it's more the counterclaims for the most part don't seem to like necessarily debunk the claims that we're talking about. That's my issue, I think. Like again, the first one that the very first thing in this that I took issue with was these examples being proof that creators were open about their connections with the chorus. For all I know, just saying, like, okay, here's a scenario that I can imagine. Here's a scenario that I can imagine where these particular instances that we're looking at right here, where creators disclosed their relationship with Chorus, this could have been, like, Chorus could have given them direct permission to do these things, right? And other people who did not disclose it may have not gotten that permission. Couldn't that have happened? Is that not possible? Chorus offers training and daily meetings to go over news. It seems like there was a thing about daily meetings. It seems to be wasn't it like particularly during high whatever? What was the phrasing? Daily. There's messaging check-ins. Hang on. Messaging. Okay, right here. Those messaging check-ins are led by Cohen on rapid response days, so they're not actually daily, or maybe they are daily and Cohen only leads them on. This is bad reporting because I'm confused. It's bad reporting because I feel more confused trying to clarify what they're actually saying here. Claims backed by evidence is what I mean. What evidence is Taylor Lorenz presenting that stands up to any of those counterclaims? Well, that's a good argument. I don't have that evidence, right? So all I have is the article. I don't know. I didn't go through all the sources. I didn't like dig through all the evidence in this article, so there might not be any. Right? I'm not making the claim here that this article is fully accurate. What I'm doing is I'm engaging with the critique and the claims that I read, and I'm playing in that world. I'm not literally everything I've read tonight could be false. Literally everything I read tonight could be true. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I'm just exploring, and I mean that in. Sorry, the only reason I said that last part is because I'm trying to clarify how I'm exploring this, right? Like I'm not attached to any. Like I don't care. I really don't like. Again, like I said, if everything in that article was true, I still wouldn't care that much about Chorus. Like my only frustration would be that they never reached out to me. It's post hoc rationalization. Can you elaborate on why I'm post hoc rationalizing? Here, let's watch this TikTok. Oh no, this is 10 minutes long. I'm not watching this TikTok. Never mind. Let's finish this on video.
And it's just like the major flaws here. And even in my community, there's been like people that are yelling at me on TikTok too to be like, this is debunked. And it's like, it's not. None of the debunking. Like, see, there's still people saying it's been debunked. It's not fucking debunked, man. I don't think you guys understand what words mean.
Wait. Hassan's just cooking here. He's just cooking. It hasn't been debunked. It has not been debunked. He's just right. It has not been debunked. Well, this other non-claimed or evidence thing could still be true if this other thing we have no evidence for is happening. This other non-claimed or evidence thing could still be true if this other thing... Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm post hoc rationalizing by saying... Oh, okay, I'm not... But the thing is, I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm saying that's a possibility. Like the claim... I'm saying there's not a contradiction in there being a condition with Chorus and these creators that they keep it... They don't tell people that they're funded by them. And that some creators... were allowed an exception to that. That could be possible. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that could be possible, right? Ryan, you're killing me. Hassan is just lying. No, I don't think he's lying. What's the lie? What's the lie? It hasn't been debunked. It hasn't been debunked. You guys are lying. You guys are lying to me. If you're saying it's been debunked. It has not been debunked. Not by anything we've read tonight. There are, again, there's a lot of really contentious things, and I think it's good. I like that Lonerbox is giving these contentions. I agree with a lot of them. I think there's good criticisms, but debunked.
It's been deeply frustrating because I feel like a failure that I haven't been able to educate people on like media literacy at all. You can't just like say an article is debunked.
Thank you, Hassan, for speaking directly to KO Dave in my chat. I'm secretly not funded by Jews. I wish I was secretly not funded, or I wish I was secretly funded by Jews. Hit me up, Jews, or anybody who wants to secretly fund Radical Coder channel. We can talk. It has been debunked, says KO Dave. Well, I'm undecided on whether it's been debunked. I haven't seen it be debunked. I've read interesting counters to claims made that add context that I think is really worth a lot. Media literacy from Hassan. Don't you like not watch Hassan at all? The Hassan is lying post got filtered by Top Chat. YouTube conspiracy. Shame on you, Top Chat. What are you trying to do to us? I don't know. I feel like Hassan cooked here. What am I gonna do? How about Hassan teach himself civic literacy before he runs his mouth about anything political? And what's your evidence that he has? He doesn't have civic literacy. I have no clue either way. I am clueless when it comes to the news. It's not like me at all. You're good, Fuzzy. You're good. I don't know. I feel like I'm clueless. Okay. Let's go a little bit further. Okay. Let's see. I am legally hype on Instagram. Posted on August 30th. Claims people are in her comment section telling me I need to disclose where I'm getting my money from. Offered $250 a month by Chorus and turned them down. Seems to corroborate one claim in Taylor's article that some influencers in creator incubator program were offered as little as $250 per month, according to one creator who declined to accept the deal. Okay. Yeah. Again. Well, not again. For the first time. This is bad. I don't like that there's people getting the impression from this article that they should be going into other creators like comment sections and be like, tell me where you need to disclose where your money's going. You need to tell us. Like, I don't like that. Okay. That's a bad effect of an article like this. That is a good critique of Taylor, is that she is emboldening people to do this kind of thing. which I do not like. Mike from PA pulls up an old tweet of Olivia Giuliani claiming to not be in party leadership or paid by the Democratic Party in any capacity. Seems to think the article has shown that she is paid by the DNC. Okay, well, that's not what's going on here at all. Mike from PA, I don't take that person seriously, but I guess a lot of people do, so that's a problem. But I don't even think about Mike from PA, so maybe that's on me. Who funds you, Ryan? Answer the question. Fucking nobody. Nobody. I want them to. I need them to. Seriously, I need some money, okay? Yes, welcome back, Not That Christine. Enjoy your Radical Coder membership that you have now. I don't think you had that before. I think you got gifted one from Kissy Cat earlier. So now you have access to the best emotes on YouTube. The absolute best emotes. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah. Easy with the ghost. You're scaring Fuzzy. But yeah, so I mean, if wait, what was the claim about Olivia Giuliani in the article? Let's see. Olivia Giuliana. Okay. Centrist Gen Z influencer who spoke at the 2024 National Convention. Okay, so this is so she was in onboarding sessions and received payments. I derailed Dave. We love derailing Dave here. Yes, you are green, Christine. Green, Christine. We are against the white names here. We're trying to stop all the white names. So let's see. What was the issue with... Mike pulled up an old tweet claiming that she was not in party leadership or paid by the Democratic Party in any capacity. And Mike seems to think that the DNC is fine. Yeah, I don't know that we got the implication that the DNC I mean, DNC is like associated with this, obviously, because they're pushing DNC. But like, I don't know. That seems like a dumb take by Mike. But I would not expect much less. I think I get the impression Mike's kind of grifty, like a lefty grifter. But again, I don't know that much about him, frankly. That's racist. The getting rid of the white names. I want my red name from Twitch back. Well, like I said, one way to support the stream is through things like Super Chats, which can help me pay for either StreamYard or Streamlabs, like things that will let me multi-stream. Or alternatively, because I appreciate my audience, even those who don't fund me, right? I appreciate you all being here nonetheless. Maybe we'll do a stream where we just sit down and try to figure out how to do multi-streaming for free. Maybe we can set up that process for other people who might be interested in that. I think that actually might be a cool thing to deliver to other content creators, so other people don't have to pay subscription services as well. You get nothing. Pay Ryan to all of us. I can't pay you anything. I did not consent to this green name. I'm so sorry, Christine. But you have one now, at least for a month. Okay. Kendall Brown on TikTok says, or is not part of the course program, has a background in digital strategy and journalism. Response to this paragraph: creators in this program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that are received as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from chorus in advance and in writing per the contract. This is made to sound unnecessarily restrictive, despite being a requirement under federal law. A 501c4 is prohibited from using their resources to back federal candidates. Interesting. Okay. All right. See, this is a good critique. Okay. So the framing of this paragraph is that Chorus needs their creators that they're funding, or Chorus is forcing their creators to check with them before authorizing or before endorsing or opposing any political candidate. But under federal law, because it's a 501c4, they have to make sure that their resources are not backing federal candidates in the first place. Okay, there's a little bit of nuance there, but there's something there. There's something to that. I consent to a blue name. I will never submit to one. I meant $2. Oh, pay Ryan $2. All of us. Yes, everyone. I agree. Everyone pay Ryan $2. I agree. Okay, majority report on YouTube. Emma already assumes that creators are having their content restricted with regards to Gaza. It's clear she's just reading this article for the first time and making it up as she goes along. Let's see.
About disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. I wonder if Palestine is like a little bit of a do not go there kind of deal.
You're going to see me with a...
So that's, yeah, obviously Emma is taking a leap of faith there. Maybe there's reason to believe that maybe there's not. But yeah, she is making an assumption, no doubt. Federal law, state members are exempt. Presumably, yeah. So presumably, if indeed, if indeed they are, if it is in the contract that they can't support or oppose any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus, then that wouldn't necessarily fall under the whole the federal candidate thing, the federal candidate, whatever the clause is regarding that. Like, they should be able to, like, outside of Chorus's terms, in theory, based on my understanding of everything up to this point, in theory, the creator should not have to get authorization from Chorus to support or oppose like someone who's not a federal candidate, right? Chorus just wants to make sure you're not going to go out and endorse a candidate while at the same time affiliating that content with Chorus. Sure. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable read. She's just completely bullshitting. Well, I mean, you can say she's bullshitting, and to some, I might. If Emma believes in her heart of hearts that the Democratic Party's interests include, avoiding people pushing back on what's happening in Gaza, which we can argue about whether that's true or not, whatever. If that's what she believes, then it's a leap, maybe. Like, it's a reasonable assumption in her mind, at least, right? Like, it's reasonable with her priors. Ryan, you got to get a BS meter, man. Well, obviously I have one. You guys just don't like where I'm applying it right now. I think I've got to find BS meter. To prevent, hey guys, I'm a Chorus affiliated streamer. We have X candidate here today that I think is amazing. You should vote for them. Sure. That would be, yeah. I can understand wanting to prevent that. Nothing burger. It really does feel like kind of a nothing burger. Even with all of this it's interesting to dive into all this, but I still just I don't care. I don't care, really. The only reason I'm interested is because so many people who I do care about, so many people who I am interested in their commentary about it, they seem to be very invested in this. So I'm kind of following like the rabbit hole. Which again is contradicted by one. Chorus is not affiliated with DNC. Yeah, that seems to be my understanding as well. At least not directly. If we don't know who those funders are, like, I mean, in theory, who knows? But 2 Chorus affiliates have criticized Israel's actions in Gaza, Palestine. At least one of them. Yeah, at least one of them has. Right? The Ali 20, whatever, Ali 22 or Ali 202. Ali O'Brien. Oh, I remember this person. It's clear she's just reading an article. Okay, well, we read that exactly a minute after admitting that she hasn't heard most of the creators mentioned in Taylor's article. I believe that clip. or I believe this is a reference to that. Emma decides that none of them can be considered pro-Palestine. Well, yeah, that as Emma up to Emma's judgment of what's pro-Palestine. I'll take that with a grain of salt. As already mentioned, at least one of the mentioned creators has attacked the DNC several times over their positions on Gaza. That was Ali 202, right? Okay. The Majority Report host Watch Hassan baselessly accused the Chorus creators of being funded by the Democratic Party twice. Let's see. My God, I wish I got that much charitability from my opponents as you just gave her. Well, you would get that much charitability from me, motherfucker. I give that much charitability to almost everyone. And also, I don't view Emma Vigeland as an opponent. So, but I am I'm endlessly charitable. I'm the most charitable motherfucker on the platform. By far. The most charitable. Everyone knows it. Everyone says it. Not just prevent that, they need that legal language and that to protect themselves in cases where a creator does that. Chorus can point to the language of the contract as legal protection. Yeah, I believe that. Perhaps. I'm open to that explanation, yeah.
Crazy. This is an argument to get money from the Democratic Party.
Yes. Yeah. All right. Well,
crazy. This is.
I gotta organize my retirement account.
Did you have the part also where we don't need to play it, but the Olivia Juliana tweet?
Pretty soon after.
Okay. Yeah. Just play a little bit.
None of them bother to correct this. Even Taylor herself hasn't accused anyone of being paid by the DNC. Mr. Baby Potato Head is simply inferring it because he is stupid. Is that Hassan, Mr. Baby Potato Head? Yeah, I get. Okay. Like, obviously, Chorus is associated with the DNC, right? I understand the distinction that's being made between the DNC as an entity funding these creators and Chorus as an entity that supports the DNC funding these creators. I understand that's a distinction. But, and yeah, Hassan should be more responsible with his language. But, again, I'm no. Latavian says no. Brian Tyler Cohen, co-founder of Chorus. On the claim of secrecy, Brian claims there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect creators, but on the first day of the program, it was made clear to all the creators that they're absolutely free to talk about Chorus, and we immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. Okay. See, that's strong. Do we have evidence of that? I wish we had does anyone have evidence of that? I wish there was a link here. I wish this was a link. This should be a link. Immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. There should be a link to this interaction. Although generally, again, I like Brian. I'm not opposed to Chorus, but based on anything I've read tonight, so I don't know. But yeah, I would be interested to read specifically what he's referring to here. That's all. Olivia Giuliani on Instagram calls out Taylor for obfuscating around whether or not she has received money from the same source that funds 1630. Taylor describes the residency program as nonprofit and nonpartisan, but so is Chorus. Wait. Chorus? We're saying Chorus is nonpartisan? Are they definitionally partisan? And isn't that a good thing from the perspective of people who would support Chorus? Potentially myself? You're equivocating between affiliated. He's saying the DNC is paying them. DNC would not pay people who criticize Democrats on Gaza, presumably. Sure. Maybe? What? He heard another dog bark somewhere, and he's like, I'm a dog too. Woof woof. We know. Everyone knows you're a dog. Come here. Don't run from me. Boy. Radical Coder, we are still seeing the Yeet tweet video of Hassan. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, boo-hoo, 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 I'm umbreon, boo-hoo. Excuse me, sir. We do not use that kind of language here. Apologize to the chat. Apologize for using that foul language in front of them. Sir, say you're sorry. Thank you, umbreon. You should tell your local members to give you money, and you will do content on them. Depending on payment amount, will depend on the favorability on them. On their website, they state that for what it's worth, it might be a signal to more progressive leftists, and it's not for libs. That's not just for libs. Interesting. He's avoiding looking at the camera. I know, he's ashamed. He's embarrassed that he screamed like that. And he's going to do it again. Hey. No, sir. Relax. Nobody's here. You're chilling. You're safe. No scary dogs. Just you. You're the only scary dog here. Okay? Scariest dog. Very, very terrifying. Very dangerous. Umbreon is leery of the DNC too. Or weary of the DNC. Or leery? Is leery another way to say that? Feels wrong. Umbreon is our great leader. Baby Umbreon's in the chat. Baby Umbreon's in the chat for our dear leader, Umbreon. Okay. Let's keep on singing. Yeah, so the last thing we were looking at is right here. Taylor describes the residency program as nonprofit and nonpartisan. And then Lonerbox adds, but so is Chorus. But my understanding is it's not nonpartisan. And I don't want it to be nonpartisan. Chorus is partisan, right? And that's like a good thing? That's like the point of it, is to be partisan, right? If you look into managing tax status for 501c4, it indicates there is a need for limited involvement. Limited involvement in what context? Sorry. I guess I could just look up, but like from who to whom, like what? Oh, sorry, if you could clarify. I'm happy to dig into it, but if you have a shorthand explanation, I'll allow it. Attacks on Dems, June 25th tweet about hating Andrew Cuomo. Okay, so this is Olivia Giuliani. All right, let's hang on. Radical Coder, no, Chorus is nonpartisan, as in they cannot endorse specific partisan candidates. They can't? Interesting. Because of the 501c4 status? The same way Taylor Lorenz is nonpartisan and cannot endorse candidates via her official funding stream there. Where's the No sir. Oh, I had a oh wait, here. Okay. 501c4. Stop. Well, the 501c4 can lobby and do political work, including supporting candidates, as long as it's not their main activity. They can support candidates, right? They can. They can do that. 501c3 cannot support political candidates. C4, they can. What am I missing? No, it's Sip and Squirtle, Christine. We love our Sip and Squirtle. Sip Squat Squad. The Sip and Squat Squad. Okay, sorry. Renee says, it is not allowed to be used as a vehicle to directly benefit the business interests of the company that establishes it. The courts have not been clear as to the precise level of social or community benefit the organization's activity must engender to overcome any resulting benefit to the company. To mitigate this risk, one could take steps to separate the 501c4 from the establishing company. Possibilities include, but are not limited to, ensuring the company is not the sole source of the 501c4's funding and or having outside representation of the... Okay, so you're saying... Okay, there's limited involvement from the DNC to Chorus is what you're describing. And then we're looking at issues that are like legal issues, legal nuances where it would be relevant that the DNC is like directly involved. Okay. 501c4 organizations are prohibited from engaging primarily in political activity, i.e. attempts to influence an election of a candidate for federal, state, or local office. Okay, interesting. In contrast, the 501c4 may engage in unlimited lobbying or issue advocacy for the public good. Whether political activity is 501c4's primary purpose is determined by evaluating its political expenditures as a percentage of its total spending. The exact limit is a continuing topic of debate, but it must be below and likely significantly below 50%. Okay, so this now gives like more credence to the about the language in the contract being concerned because for their tax liability reasons, they might be concerned about people they're funding using that money downstream to promote. But would they be? So true, Catherine. Would Chorus be liable if? I feel like there would be ways that they could fund these creators and then not be like the buck kind of stopping there, right? Like maybe I'm just ignorant of how but I feel like hide money, reduce tax liability. I don't think DNC is involved with Chorus. Maybe not. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. Not direct, but obviously, like, the Chorus is involved in supporting the DNC. That their goal is to support Democratic candidates, right? They aren't liable for what the creators do. Well, they shouldn't be. Okay. They're liable for whatever the contract states. Okay, so why then would creators have to go through them for any reason if they're considering endorsing or opposing a candidate? Okay, Latavian says they would absolutely be liable. Okay, I'm getting mixed signals here. If the people they pay are endorsing candidates, why is that? Can you tell me more about? I'm not doubting you. Just to be clear, Latavian, I believe me. I am a dumbass, okay? I have no fucking clue what's happening. I'm trying to understand. If you can believe me, I'm very much engaging in this in the best faith possible. I don't know how all this shit works, okay? You have to think of the framing. The other foundations are Sierra Foundation. So if 100% of the people they fund endorse Democrats, how do you argue that Chorus isn't violating their status? If 100% of the people they fund endorse Democrats, well, what it would have to be, based on what Renee was saying, or what Renee quoted here, if in theory that if the things that if the people who they're paying are endorsing Democratic candidates, and the money that they're paying them collectively, along with whatever other things they spend on political candidates, falls under that 50% threshold, then in theory, there's not a problem, right? So it's not about how many people they're funding or endorsing Democrats. Are they not only funding people who endorse Democrats? The issue would be if it's like above that threshold, if it's their primary thing. Sleep tight, KO Dave. They don't have to be nonpartisan. The focus of the 501c4 is around social welfare. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, let's we're almost, I think we're almost done with this. So let's go through the last bits of this, and then we might wrap up. I might someone said Abe is streaming. I might hop on Abe's panel. Maybe I'll restream that. I think Nuxus said, yeah. Take care, Nuxus. Thanks for being here. Not sure we can tell until we see the logs if it's public. Yeah. I guess it's stuff that, like, if there were suits filed, which I'm sure there will be, considering what a major controversy this is, that we'd find out in, like, discovery of things, right? Article mentioned Ali O'Brien, a progressive creator with more than 600,000 followers on TikTok, involved in membership talks for the highest paid tier in Chorus's new Creator Incubator program, which, hello, Creator Incubator, hit me the fuck up, y'all, hit me the fuck up. Not just Chorus. Again, no, I don't care about Chorus. I mean, if Chorus wants to hit me up, I'm intrigued. But if any organizations that are supporting progressive creators, hi, I'm Ryan, Radical Coder. I have great emotes. I teach people how to code. I fight with conservatives all the time. I fight with other people all the time. I don't really punch left very much. Maybe I should be punching farther to my left. I think a lot of people would appreciate if I did that more. But I'm pretty far left myself, so it is what it is. But I want Democrats to win. I don't like fascism. So there's where I'm at. Thank you. Please give me your money. Shows post apparently attacking Dems for supporting arms to Israel. Okay, so here you go. We have one of the creators. This is Ali critiquing Democrats for things regarding Gaza. So this obviously is a big slap in the face to Emma's presumptions. Obviously, we have at least one creator who is clearly standing in opposition to the Democratic Party in regards to this issue. Shows November 2024 video of a creator on the Chorus website. Claims contract says, hey, before you make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. Okay. Oh, hey, this is what I was asking about earlier. Okay, cool. This is what I was referring to earlier when Brian Tyler Cohen said this. Okay. That's nice. Thank you for that. Argues that this is in order to avoid small creators, especially trans, undocumented, etc., being exposed to threats. Okay. It's a good reason. Good to see you, Common Good. I will not be punching left. I'm paying lip service. Don't worry. The reaction to this article was worse than the article. That's how I feel. Thank you, Common Good. Thank you for validating my feelings. Okay. All right. I got another sane voice in chat. We got another sane voice. Thank you, Common Good. But yeah, no, I don't plan on punching left. I don't have time to punch left. We got Trump in office, all right? It was bigger. I'm not I want the Overton window pulled left. Dems making it worse than it is? Yeah, seems like it. Or like especially liberals. The liberal commentators who I like in many cases. Umbreon, nothing's happening, sir. Relax. There's nothing to protect us from. Oh, I realize the screen is not updating again. Gotta figure that out. I think it might be just like my computer being low on resources. I might try to stream tomorrow on a. I have this little Windows PC. This little block. Might be able to handle it. This entire article is punching left. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Dalmatian Dog says, I cast one ballot for what's right to be done. I don't know what you mean by that, D-Dog, but I hope you're doing well, buddy. Take care. Ethical transparency, they should have just admitted they could have followed better business practices, said we like accountability, moved on, and could have earned back some trust writ large. Catherine MC, I think it's something like 70% of Russians identifying as Orthodox Christian. Is that so? Listen to a stream tonight. Yeah, we were watching that earlier. Here, the Riley Grace Rochon panel. We were watching that earlier.
But on Twitter...
But I got kind of bored. It was the most depressing thing I've seen. This is what you're talking about, right? It's got to be. I got kind of bored, and then we went back into the article, and we're reading. Have you ever used Kali Linux? Yeah, I have. Not extensively. But yeah, so we've been reading Loner Box's critique of the article, and I mean it's a good critique for the most part. I've had several critiques of my own in it, but in general, I think it's a good. It makes a lot of good arguments about the way the article is presented, and I appreciate it. I appreciate Boner Locks, but there's all these people running around saying that it's debunked, that the article has been debunked. I don't feel, even after reading all this, I don't know that I'm convinced that it's been debunked. I'm worried about our lack of imagination. Yeah. I feel that. Yeah, I just don't feel like it's been debunked. I feel like there's issues that I agree with. Do you use Telegram? I do not. I do not use Telegram. No, I don't use Telegram. I actually don't trust Telegram. Oh yeah, do I have Telegram? Maybe I do have Telegram. I do have Telegram. I only have it because I used it for N8N automation tool. It's like a drag and drop automation platform. I mean, I use WhatsApp sometimes, but for the most part, I just use iMessage. I have an iPhone, so I'm not super. I don't have a lot of like super secure secret conversations. This is one person's response to it. We're not saying it's debunked based off just Loner Box's Obsidian. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. All I'm saying is that based on all the information I've read tonight, has not convinced me that it's been debunked. Maybe it's been debunked elsewhere. We're saying it's debunked based on the plurality of people's responses and evidence. Okay, yeah. Download talks and look at it. Maybe. None of the facts in the article are wrong, or Wired would have printed a retraction. Wired isn't a joke. Her tone was salacious. That's why the reaction by the centrist sucks. Yeah, I feel like most of the claims in the article are like defensible, if arguable, especially based on a lot of the context I'm seeing from Loner Box's piece here, which I think is a good piece. It's worth engaging in but I just don't feel like it's debunked or it's full of lies. It's a little misleading. Salacious is a good word for it. I agree. I think salacious is a good word for it. Common good. But like, I just don't feel like it's full of like horse shit, like the way that it's been kind of presented to me. Look into talks and tell me what you think. Okay, I will. Do you know Element Matrix? I'm not aware of what any of that stuff is. Right. Let's see. Politics Girl announced course on her YouTube channel November 22nd and had a tweet attacking Schumer on March 14th. Okay, so that's a good sign. So we have someone who is confirmed to be affiliated with Chorus and also attacking Dems. Okay. Chorus-sponsored forum on Politics Girl's YouTube channel featured Brian Tyler Cohen, Adam Mockler, Booker Squared, and others. A little misleading, and the entire central premise is false on its face. False on its... I don't like the article. I don't like it, but I feel like I feel like you guys are overstating how like wrong it is. Again, you took issue with the idea of punching left. That's all this article is. Yeah, yeah. Again, I'm not saying I'm in favor of this article. Like I said, I've said a bunch of times also that like even if everything in this article was 100% true, which I have good reason to believe now, there's good reason to critique that. Even if it was all true, I still don't think I would care very much about this. Like, my only issue with all this has been like, well, if Chorus reached out to me, I don't know how I would feel. I don't know what things I would agree to based on like all the initial information I read. It was all about that. I don't care. I don't care. Like, there is so much of this happening on the right. There is so much dark money, quote unquote, funding right-wing media, and so much investment in quote unquote independent right-wing media that's been like thrusting the Overton window to the right for the past 20 fucking years. I don't give a shit if some progressives are getting some money that I'm not aware of where it comes from. I don't care. So I agree. This article, I don't like that this article is punching left as yeah, I might agree that's what it's doing, yeah. No, D-Dog, I haven't used, I just use my Apple. I'm just on my Mac. Anyway. Radical Coder, if that's true, then this entire article is only hurting the left. True? Yeah, potentially. Potentially. Our government should be honest about what software and operating systems they have in secret. All right, I'll file a FOIA request, okay? Or I'm not going to file a FOIA request. I was lying. But you can file a FOIA request. I am going to pull up, let's see. I don't like the tone of the article at all, but the reaction has been so dog shit. Literally, Donald J. Trump blew up a small Venezuelan boat tonight. Extrajudicial act equals murder. Snuff for his base. Yeah. We care about Pac-Man, who I never cared about to begin with, because it's clear he's captured. Yeah, I'm with all this. Northrop and Lockheed should be honest too. Maybe. Yeah. I agree. I'm glad that I'm more well versed in all the context of this after tonight. But like, man, I part of me also regrets spending so much time on it. But in any case, I think I'm going to probably call it for now, but I am potentially, looks like Abe Dinkus is talking, Abe has a panel and they're talking about the Epstein files, or the lack thereof, realistically, because like 97% of them had already been released. So we'll see what they're talking about there, but I might hop on that panel. If I do, I will restream because it's on StreamYard, so I should be able to do that. But I appreciate you all being here. It's been a lot of fun. I am going to probably raid over to Abe. Yes, sleep tight, Dalmatian dog. Okay, guys, we are at 869 subs right now. If you're watching right now and you have not subbed to the channel, please, please, please do me a favor. Click that subscribe button. It would mean the world to me to hit 1,000 subs. It would feel so good. The endorphins for hitting 1K subs would be immaculate. And I will finally feed Umbreon again. Just as I jumped into a VC for you to pull me in. Yeah, I'm sorry. We can talk about it again maybe tomorrow. I'm definitely gonna stream again tomorrow. And Thursday I'm hosting a debate between Speakeasy and Corinth. Thursday night at 9 p.m. They'll be debating abortion, which is, kind of boring, but whatever. It should be something. And I'm probably gonna, right after that, I'm probably gonna close off streaming, go to Sarah's channel to debate white privilege with Joe Lewis. Who's doing a Third on Thursday there, which should be interesting as well. But for now, I'm going to raid you guys out to Abe Dinkus, because I'm probably going to be over there shortly. So let's see. Customization, redirect. Abe Dinkus. Where's Abe Dinkus? There he is. Tell Abe, learning is radical. And tell yourselves, Ryan loves us. Ryan loves us deeply, personally, parasocially. His heart of hearts beats only for us, the chatters, the lurkers, the likers, the subscribers, especially the members. Shouts out once again to all of our new members that we got tonight. Thank you so much, Kissy Cat, for those 10 gifted memberships. Unreal. And we got a new emote tonight. We got the sad crying cloud, which we need to enlarge, and I will work on that. But right now, you're going to Abe. Tell him learning is radical. Drink some water. I'm about to do the same. Love you all.